Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is Ziprecruiter. And right now, you can try Ziprecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Ziprecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on Ziprecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using Ziprecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try Ziprecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. What an amazing concept, right? Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30, book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Call Bob's to book their co-ed shooting event Sunday, August 24th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is indeed a history-making day, not just for what is about to happen with a big meeting upcoming, but the fact that it falls on 2 important commemorations, if you will, in world history. So I want to put this all together for you, so follow me carefully. Hey, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. If you're joining us on YouTube, thank you for being here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. So President Donald J. Trump has departed for Anchorage, Alaska, where he is meeting with, as you well know by now, Russian President Vladimir Putin, and this will be at a U.S. military base to talk about these efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Obviously, Ukraine doesn't have a presence there in the form of Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president. That comes later with a conversation. So this is a face-to-face meeting, and this is critical. Right? And President Trump hopes for peace. We've talked about that as they think about it. Also think about the fact that they are meeting halfway. In other words, if you look at a map and you draw halfway from D.C. to Anchorage, Alaska, and from where Putin is traveling from in Russia, meeting halfway, an important, critical, in-person meeting face-to-face as these 2 world leaders talk it out. We've heard Trump say he'll know within minutes, eye to eye, once he gets there with Putin, whether or not this is going to be a go, whether or not it's going to go well. So Trump just speaking on Air Force One. It was interesting because this was not on camera. I believe it's audio only. Henry is here with you and Dan flipping spots, Dan Borowski and Dom, obviously live from Wildwood.
Yeah, he wanted to be at Wildwood for the 10th show for sure. So, yeah, we did a little swap.
So, thanks for being here.
Of course.
Everybody welcome Henry. And then Zioli, by the way, will be, as you guys know, a lot of you, I'm trying to get there. It's like a crazy weekend.
Yeah,
so
why are
we'll
we
talk
not
about
down
that.
the shore? Why
I
are
know.
we here?
It's a long story. So let's get to it. Let's hear initially, and I know we have a couple of cuts of Trump speaking, Henry.
So this is the first one. He's going to discuss whether or not there's going to be territorial swaps. I know Zelensky's been a little hesitant to give up any land in Ukraine, as someone should. So, yeah, let's take a listen.
As if he has any say.
Right. Yeah.
Let's just be real.
Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
So this is critical. And I want to get to the other clips. So here's the thing. I'm going to hold Trump's other clips for a second here, because I want to give you some historical background to think about this that I think affects perhaps Putin a little more than President Trump in a way. So I'll explain. Okay. Think about the role of Russia in our nation's history. Also, if you didn't know this, Alaska used to be owned. It was a colony. It was colonized by the Russians. And if you've been to Alaska, you understand that there is that influence. But right after the Civil War, American Civil War, actually the Russians sold us that land, and that's why Alaskans are Americans, right, for a little over $7 million. So there's that piece of history. But that's not what I want to get to here. I want you to think about this day right now. It's known as VJ Day in all of Europe and the rest of the world. Now, we celebrate the end of World War II, 1945, 80 years ago. We in America, we think of the day, the celebrations, as it's September 2nd. But for the rest of the world, in Europe, the king speaking out, all of the leaders speaking out, they've been holding since daybreak. They have been holding all of these different celebrations and commemorations as to how many died and what happened there. So I just want you to think about the effect as now Russian President Putin, as he's meeting with Trump, and the backdrop of, at one time, Russia, specifically the Soviet Union, was a crucial ally to the United States as well as Great Britain during World War II. Not initially, okay, because initially the USSR had that non-aggression pact, if you know your history, with Germany, and even did supply some resources. But then Germany, the game changer was Germany invades in 1941. And we all know from the history books, if you will, the Eastern Front became the largest and most brutal theater of war, right? With the Soviet Union suffering immense losses, but ultimately playing that critical role in defeating Nazi Germany. And so that's something that I think can weigh heavily on these alpha males, if you will, who know their history. And so this becomes this historic moment for Trump to say, look, you guys, if you think about this day in history, you guys are a critical ally. And once again, you can be a critical ally as we bring forth a new era. And you think about AI, you think about all of this revolution and technology. And he can look him in the eye and say, be our partner in this, as you are rich in resources. And together we can really break through on this critical era. I get it that China and Russia, they have had this important alliance. And so to me, I think of Trump as this person who's looking at this thinking, hey, Russia could be a critical ally once again. an ally in this AI revolution, this technological revolution. And I think he's somebody who thinks of the power of making money together, growing economies together, peace, prosperity. That's his thing. Business is his thing. But he also knows, putting everything aside, think about when we talk about the oligarchs and the wealth of those oligarchs, which when I think of an oligarch, I think of Russia, right? When they, seized the yachts of the oligarchs, remember those were Russian dudes, the wealthy ones. And so Trump can appeal to a Putin to say, don't you want to be on the inside of this so that your people now can recover from, because they're hurting. They are hurting financially. Now is a chance where Trump can say, be part of the prosperity, be part of the new age, right? I see Trump doing that and kind of dangling that piece of gold before the eyes of Putin. And I think Putin wants to end this. This has been costly. And obviously the casualties are a huge piece of this cause, but think about, the Soviet Union suffering the greatest number of casualties in World War II, with estimates ranging from 20 to 27 million deaths. And so I just want you to think about the perspective of this and the excuse, if you will, of these men, these huge, larger than life figures, both of them in our world's history, that they want now the change for different reasons, perhaps. But I think Trump has the ability to make an appeal here in person to Putin. Don't you want to be part of the riches of the future as we take off worldwide, because it is this new era of revolution worldwide? So here in America, why is this a critical day? August 14th, I'll take you back to 1945. It was President Truman on that evening. So today, August 15th, right? And this is the day that obviously the Japanese were learning about with their announcement. But for us in America, it was the evening of August 14th, 1945, 80 years ago. And you picture American families gathered around their big radio box. Listen in as they then were cheering the announcement by then President Truman.
I'm sorry, Don, I don't have this in front of me.
Oh, that was what I sent you. Okay, that's all right. So we're trying to take you back, giving you this historic, moment 80 years ago. Sorry about that. Let's listen now more to President Trump as he was on Air Force One.
The United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine.
Maybe, along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
And so VJ Day, or Victory Over Japan Day, marking the end of World War II, specifically commemorating the surrender of Japan to the Allied forces, effectively ending the war in the Pacific Theater. And so the formal surrender signed September 2nd, 1945. And that's when we here in America, when we have those commemorations. But for the rest of the world, like I say, and this morning, the King of England speaking out, bells tolling, in Scotland, the bagpipes. And so a lot of, pomp and circumstance, all kinds of commemorations across Europe. And for, Putin, he is keenly aware of this on this day, the importance of this day between August 14th, August 15th, when, of course, these announcements and these commemorations were made. And so on this day, I just want to put this in your mind, that I believe that Putin as well as Trump have the weight of the world's history on them, on the two men. And I think it's critical. They're not Zooming. They're not by phone. This is an in-person meeting. And can Trump pull this off, persuading Putin to say, you were once one of our greatest celebrated allies. You made it happen on this day 80 years ago in our nation's history, in our world's history. And let us again be critical allies and partners in moving the world forward into a new era of peace and prosperity. Can Trump convince him? I believe he has that power, that gravitas. And as well, Putin knows that Trump, and it's a long flight all the way to Anchorage, right? This is just a one-day deal. I believe it starts 3:00 Eastern time that, this officially will be underway. And then, boom, late tonight, he's out of there. And so this is it for Putin. Can you imagine how angry Trump will be if this goes wrong? And we all know what happens when President Trump, gets angry, gets on somebody's bad side, right? So I believe Putin is motivated here to not lie, to not give lip service. And I think we have one more clip with Trump. Let's listen to that.
Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but
Wrong one. Sorry about that. You have it here.
Finally able to chill at a red light with my.
What? I hope.
I'm sorry. I hope
that person was not on air. If they were on, if they were on Air Force One, we're all in trouble. I don't know what the heck that was.
That wasn't on Air Force One. Sorry, that was a mislabel on my part. I'm sorry. We have to come back to this. I do have the VJ Day clip if you do want that.
Thank you. We'd love it.
Okay.
The big announcement. The evening of August 14th, then President Truman. And so that was 80 years ago. Last night was that announcement that aired, and you hear the way that they anchor the news. You think about their courage, their sacrifice, shaping the free world, really, as we honor them, all of those who served. But in particular here in America, I think of my grandpa, John Schuett, who was injured for the rest of his life. He survived Iwo Jima, United States Marine, but my grandpa John suffered his entire life through his injuries, hit by shrapnel on Iwo Jima. We remember all of those who fought for our nation, fought for our freedom 80 years ago. And when you think about all of that sacrifice and all of that patriotism, and then just to bring it down, boil it down to what so many families have been dealing with, you never could have imagined it. My grandpa John never could have imagined that his personal sacrifice, his injuries, which he never spoke of because so many of his buddies, of course, never came home. But you think about what they fought for the freedoms that they fought for. And then you think of, mothers who have to fight for their parental rights, fight for their little girls, to sell Girl Scout cookies and just be part of a Girl Scout troop, for example. Around the corner, you're going to hear from one such mom who has had to advocate and speak out amidst being basically fired or canceled from her own daughter's Girl Scout troop. Why? Because of her religious beliefs, because of her political beliefs. Put that one in perspective. So you'll hear from this great local mom right around the corner. Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Continuing the story that we started talking about in Kale and Company this morning, the leader of a local and area Girl Scout troop in New Jersey, she's saying she was removed, canceled out from her position due to her, I guess, social media posts. I think the bigger issue is that I feel like this is once again a story about a mom, whether on the Pennsylvania side, the Jersey side, a mom being attacked, canceled, whether it's political beliefs, meaning conservative beliefs, or perhaps religious beliefs. What is going on here? This is North Jersey. It's Bergen County, and she's also a chapter, the head of the Bergen County chapter for Moms for Liberty, which is a great group. And I know this poverty, bogus, whatever center, we've talked about this forever, that these different law centers, claim that this is a terrorist organization, which is complete BS and infuriates me, quite frankly. These are moms in minivans being harassed and canceled. It's horrible. How many years have I been talking about this? So really honored to have Alexandra here, Alexandra Bower, joining me now. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. It's Friday. TGIF. It's Friday. You've been going through it. I know,
I'm
right?
So excited. Well, I don't think we actually ever have days off.
Yeah,
but yes,
true.
there's a little bit more exciting things I think happen during the weekend. So bring it on.
Yeah. Well, and
it's been a very long day. I'll tell you that. A long 3 days with what's been going on. So. It's a little shocking. It's shocking, but it's not shocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I think we're used to getting attacked.
Yeah.
But I think this has really just crossed the line. I actually had two people call that worked in that building, and they're like, "We've never heard of this before." It's just so wild.
And so, part of this is I sense that part of this, and you just fill me in. So,
Sure.
you're obviously you're a mom. You're the leader of a Girl Scout troop. Everything's going great. Girl Scout cookie sales, all that. And so all of a sudden, maybe you put something out. You have a social media presence, on Instagram, etc. All of a sudden, I guess I'm inferring that somebody realized that not only are you a great, Girl Scout cookie salesperson and a great mom and a Girl Scout mom, but also they see like Rutrow, she's involved in Moms for Liberty. That's what I suspect happened here.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I've been a Girl Scout leader for 7 years. My background, I come from, a boarding school that hid things from parents, that was shut down for being extremely abusive. And so I definitely have a little bit more of an insider a view of what can happen in, certain circumstances or around certain people that you're supposed to trust and that you can't. So I tend to volunteer for everything. I'm their cheer coach. I run Bible club. I do everything because I want to know who the people are that are around my children, what they're being taught, and I want them to be safe. On the other end of it, I also wanted the troop to be awesome. My kids are very rambunctious and they love to be outside and hike and do all the really fun things. And so we didn't want a tea party troop, So, nothing wrong with that. This is not, not what we're into. And so, we ran a wonderful, wonderful group. I've had pretty much the same girls, large number of girls since kindergarten, since Daisy's. And everything was hunky-dory, wonderful. And basically it started pretty much, the church that the town, so you have your own troop, right? And there's many troops in town based on their level and age. And then you have a town service leader, right? And so they'll do town events so all the troops can go to them. And they were holding them at this church, which, at first I didn't realize anything was going on. We were going there, didn't realize anything was off until the church held an event. And it was not a Girl Scout event. I think people, because the acronyms are the same, it was actually an event thrown by the high school, but it was at the church. And it was a 13-year-old trans-identifying, probably not even saying this right, boy that was identifying as a girl, right? And it was, run by this child, offering music, ice cream, pizza, and let's talk about your gender confusion. And we were like, what is happening here? Why would you allow this to happen? And they were totally fine with it. And I'm like, what's going on with this church? What is really happening here? And shortly after, all of a sudden, all the pride flags went up. And I had said to my troop, I just don't feel comfortable bringing our troop to events here anymore. I will find other events for us. We book our own events. We have our meetings other places. You do you, but this is not us. And we did that for many years, and that was fine. Well, this past year, I got phone calls from many upset parents from some, other troops. And that, one in particular, for instance, the husband went to drop off the daughter, saw the flag, was infuriated, and said, I want you to pull our daughter out of Girl Scouts. What kind of organization is this that has 5-year-olds in front of a progressive pride flag?
Right.
That's all sexual. And I got a bunch of text messages and phone calls. And, we had asked the church, could you just take it down? They didn't want to take it down. Okay, how about when the kids are there? Nope, it's too important for them to be all affirming and inclusive and make these adults feel safe rather than who's important to feel safe, which is the children. And so I did a social media post about it, calling them straight out. Hey, why are there Girl Scout meetings at this church? Why can't this church take this flag down? And of course, just how, right before you introduced me, you had, said we are labeled a hate group, right away. Oh, but that leader's Moms for Liberty. And they always turn it around. They never talk about why is this flag in front of children? It's always like, oh, but she's Moms for Liberty. It has nothing to do with that, guys.
Right.
Why do you have this inappropriate flag in front of children?
Right.
So it sort of started there. The service unit leader had said, like, on the church page, oh, don't listen to that. We at Girl Scouts, love the church, and we applaud you, and, yada, 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 in which I replied, do not speak for all Girl Scouts. Our Girl Scouts do not agree with this. And Girl Scouts stands for community, God, and country, not all this other nonsense. Right. So you shouldn't be speaking for us. Then it was a few months later, the same leader wrote on the Park Ridge Girl Scout page, sharing a post from Northern New Jersey Girl Scouts saying LGB, yada, yada, yada month. Here's all the activities you can do. Again, heard from parents, hey, we're not doing this, right? Like, this is, of course not. We're not going to do that. Where did you see that? Saw the post, shared it myself, and said, just to be clear, our troop will not be doing this. It is not it is not our job, nor is it appropriate for any troop leader to talk about anything sexual in nature with a scout. That is what parents are for. If a scout brings it up, you say, you know what, let's talk to your parent about that, and you call them up. It is not our job to do that. We should not be doing that. So I think they won't tell me which one, but I think that was the post. So I got a email saying, please, call us at this day and time. You have to talk to specific people about your role in Girl Scouts. And I was like, oh, boy, here we go. Gave them a call, and they flat out said to me, they didn't show me anything. They didn't give me an opportunity to talk. She just said, I'm going to say what I have to say, and that's going to be it. And, you no longer have a place with us as a leader in Girl Scouts. You no longer can be a member. And here's the really, big kicker. Your daughter also is never allowed to be a member. And your upcoming Sauce Valley camping trip is canceled. We will refund you. You're not allowed to go on it. Your daughter's not allowed to go on it. And that's because your social media post violated our Girl Scout Code of Conduct. So I said, okay, could you just please let me know which social media post violated the Code of Conduct? She said, I'm not at liberty to tell you that. Okay, so you're firing me, and you won't tell me why. And, at that point, she got snarky, and she goes, well, I can't fire you because you don't work for us. You're a volunteer. And I'm like, you're right. I'm a volunteer that has paid. It's like the only organization where you have to pay to volunteer. It's wild. I've taken hours off of work. We've taken money out of our own pockets to help kids that didn't, they couldn't pay for certain events or whatever. We've done hours and outright, 7 years of this. And this is how you treat me with this little respect. I said, and the fact that I can't even plead my case or talk to someone about this.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that. That they shut me down. That was it. And then, I said, all right, I have to see what I'm going to do here. This is not right. This shouldn't happen to any parents. The fact that you can't tell me which post it is absurd, And and then the service leader unit in Park Ridge, literally 5 minutes later, sent an email to the Girl Scouts in Park Ridge, the leaders, saying that council had let go one of the Girl Scout leaders, and then she named me, and didn't even say why. So it sounds awful. Oh, what did she do? And she did it on purpose. We all know that, because this is how they are. If you don't agree with their woke indoctrination, if you don't just let them, if you would, bend you over and do whatever they want to you, they will burn everything down around you. They will lie about you. They will spread false rumors and lies. I mean, this is what's happening in this town. It used to be this cute small town with supportive people, and there's still some of those people there, but it's been overrun by these, liberals. And they will stop at nothing to take you down. So, yeah, I mean, I feel awful. My daughter is wonderful. She's grown up in this life, if you would. She's come to events. She met President Trump. I mean, she understands what mommy does, And so I knew she would be sad because Ross Valley is like her favorite thing to do.
Aw.
But I also knew when I explained to her, she would understand, and she did. But I did feel pretty awful because her best friend, I'm her guardian for that trip. So now I'm thinking like, oh my God, if I don't find her another guardian, like this poor little girl can't go, and that's the things that these people don't think about. They're just like, they just do stuff without thinking because that's what they want.
Yes.
And they don't think of the repercussions,
It's so true. I'm hearing static. Henry, are you hearing static? So I'm just going to talk for a second so that we can hopefully fix this real quick, Alexandra. But, here's what I will say, what strikes me about this. First of all, we're talking to Alexandra Bower, mom, who has been canceled out, booted out of a Girl Scout troop. And not only the mom, but her daughter, which can be devastating for kids because they look forward to and work very hard to have a chance to go to their Girl Scout camp and all of that. It's something that all the little girls just love. And so, as far as Alexandra, Mrs. Bower, so she's been, doing this for 7 years. And by the way, a troop with 30 little girls. So responding to a lot of parents, that's 60 parents, calling, emailing, texting, saying what's going on. The confusion over the fact that the venue, the church where the meetings were, had, different flags and different, support for trans, et cetera, events. And you as a mom were trying to, distinguish and react to the calls and the concerns by people as there were. I think this is a concern nowadays, Alexandra. A lot of people feel like, OMG, are my kids, as young as, like you're saying, 5 years old, somebody is talking to them about, sex or gender, and they're too young for this, and it's not age appropriate, number one. And then you have a religious rights issue, number two. Yep. You personally have a First Amendment right to free speech, number three. So I'm leading toward the question here. It sounds like you're saying that you and your daughter have been damaged. And I'm simply wondering if you've been approached by an attorney or if you've reached out to an attorney.
We have been approached by many attorneys. Many people are not happy. The amount of support that I've received is so, it's just so nice of everybody, actually, because, there's just such wonderful people out there. Thankfully, I have pretty thick skin from doing this for such a long time. But, it's still not fun to I just don't read stuff online, but it's not fun to be like attacked, obviously nonstop. And then you want to protect your children from it too. My kids have great friends, but you always wonder, are they getting treated differently because of this? You don't know. Yeah. And that's why we raise them the way that we raise them, and we make them understand what's happening and why people do things, and this is how life is. And so, you be prepared. And so that's fine, but they're still children. And, and that's exactly the point, is that it's our job to protect them. And as a leader in any sort of form, today I'm going to be with cheer camp, right? My job is to make sure that those children are safe, that nobody's talking to them inappropriately, that we're not putting them in a situation that they feel unsafe in. And if any parent or child ever came up to me and said, Coach Alex or, Miss Alex, that makes me feel uncomfortable, or I don't want my child to see that, I would change that for that person. Right. My job is literally to do that. And so that, I think, is the other side, what they're not seeing. Why is it so important that you make these adults feel safe over kids? What is going on in your head that they're more important than children? We're adults. We can handle ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Our job is to take care of kids. So, yeah, I'm not sure, it's been nonstop since this all broke. And I'm looking forward to a weekend. We have a wedding to go to tomorrow, and I can maybe sit back and kind of contemplate the next steps, how we want to sort of handle this. But, I don't want it to happen to any other parent.
Right.
So I feel like we do need to do something about this. Definitely there was a protocol that was not followed. I don't work at Girl Scouts, so I don't know what their protocol is.
Mm-hmm.
But I have heard from 2 employees that said that's not how it happens.
Right.
They said actually we know of leaders that have actually done bad things and they're still leaders.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, how is it that you didn't do anything and they didn't even give you a chance to defend yourself?
Right.
So we have to definitely at least look into, what protocol they didn't adhere to, or, what they were supposed to do, because to me, this doesn't seem right. Normally you'd get like some sort of warning or, hey,
Right.
let's talk about this, in which I would say, listen, they're my politics and I'm standing up for kids and I'm not backing down.
Right.
But there should at least be a discussion.
Yeah.
It's very strange to, call someone and say, you're fired, that's it, and we're not telling you why.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
So-
I had looked at all the social media posts, and there are some, I don't know who these people are, but the basic summary that I will just give is when somebody disagrees with with us as conservative women, what do? They hurl insults. So there are insults, calling you and that you're a Nazi, that they go to,
yes.
and think about the backdrop. I started out my show, just so you know, Alex, the 10 o'clock show, just talking about the fact that it's 80 years ago when we think about the end of World War II, that declaration that was made. And you think about the actual Nazi Germany and the horror of that.
Right.
And those who were the victims and who were murdered and targeted. And as well, all of the U.S. service members, as well as around the world, fighting for freedom and goodness in the world. So for people to use that word, I cringe, because it's just, to me, it's just horrible. But to call you the beautiful mom, and you're just like trying to enjoy your children's, your daughter's Girl Scout experience, and because to me, what strikes me is when you look at your social media feed, the fact that you were answering parents and you're saying, no, we're not participating in that. That's a factual answer to say, because the church is being used as a venue for something else. So that in and of itself was it was a factual response. If you, so for you not to have that opportunity, to me, it's very obvious that this is what the other side does, because they don't want to have the conversation. They don't want to know that you're a good mom who's concerned about different things or where else the venue is being used, etc. They don't want to know that. And so it's easier to label you as something evil, which is horrifying. And then also it hurts, and it's a slap in the face that your daughter, that they're punishing her, and then they're extracting your daughter from her experience as a little girl, as a Girl Scout. That, to me, if you want to talk about evil, that's evil.
Mm-hmm. It is. And I feel for my entire truth as well, because, some do go on in our town. Elementary ends in 6, and then they go to the junior high in 7th. So, maybe you'd have from 30 girls to 5 continue, so it was probably going to be the last year of having us all together. We had some really awesome, white rider rafting trips planned. This is awesome. I just feel bad for the kids, because we do this for the kids. We do it to give them these wonderful experiences and to make them these, strong young ladies, right? That value themselves and help their community. I mean, when I tell you, these girls throughout the year, they're, playing games at the senior center at game night. They're cooking treats for them. They're singing them carols. They've been going since they were little kids. And for these people, it's such a bright time for them. They say, oh, I remember when she was this small. They're just such good kids. Yeah. And, it's just such a shame that we won't be able to do that. But, one door closes, another one opens. So maybe we'll be starting a Heritage Girls or something else.
Okay. Well, listen.
Everyone's throwing ideas my way, so I just haven't had a chance to process them all.
I know. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm glad you have the spirit of fight, and they cannot get away with this. And that's just it. That they are on the losing side of this, and they cannot do this. And Alex, I've been talking about this for years, where for whatever reason they want to go after especially women and moms, conservative moms, because, we are a key to society, if you will. And so it's a bigger picture. They want to crush the family and the family spirit. And that's really a piece of this, that they cannot get away with it. And so you're just a great patriot, Mom. I'm so sorry that this is happening, but I love that you have that spirit of, you're going to fight. You're fighting for everything that's right, your family, your daughter, and your rights as an American.
Well, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak about this, because who knows if it's happening to somebody else, in another troop or another team or another situation, or, maybe at a school where something's happening and they don't feel like that they can speak up. There's a lot of us.
Yes.
We are actually the majority.
Yes.
They just, like you said, tend to be a little louder and hurl disgusting, names our way. But there's more of us.
Yes.
So I would just encourage everyone to continue to, do what's right. If you haven't spoken up, speak up. There's strength in numbers, and there's a ton of us. So, reach out to me. Like, I have a ton of socials, and my email's on momsforliberty.org. I'm on Facebook, X, Instagram, all that stuff. And, I think I'm pretty quick about getting back to people. The last few days have been a little crazy, but normally I'm pretty quick. And I would love to help anybody else out that, might need help with something similar.
Yeah, and Alex, I hope that everybody gets that information, that we follow you. We will follow you, support you. And it makes me think about meeting with, my friend Paula Scanlon. She will be actually on the live with Rich Zioli at the Cape May Hotel this afternoon, starting at 3:00. But I also, Paula Scanlon.
I know
Paula.
She's great.
Well, she, I think of her at locally UPenn. I think of Riley Gaines at Trump Force 47 meetings across our region, and Riley telling moms just like you who were being canceled out and speaking out. And Riley was like, just stand your ground. And she kept telling people, she said, this is not a political issue. This is actually a parental rights and issue. And Riley was right. Paula, with these young women, because they live through a lot of what you're feeling too. For different reasons, but it's the same kind of a spirit. So hang in there. We want to follow you and support you. Alex, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, you too. Have fun at that wedding. Thanks, Alex Bower. And we'll put out on social media. We'll put this out, and we'll put out her info too, so you can follow her. Please support her, because this kind of thing is not acceptable. And for somebody to put out a post and say we're not doing this, okay, that's not. How can that be this violation to say, nope, you're booted, your child is booted? Shame on them for not having that conversation. It just makes me furious. And there was a time, and you know this about me, there was a time when I even going back to the Zioli show days, oh, well, we have to be nice, we have to be kind. It's like, no, that's not what this is about. This is about understanding that they fundamentally want to muzzle, they want to silence great moms like Alexandra Bower, like you, like me. No more. Because we are conservative women and conservative moms who've come out of the closet. And once you're out of this closet, well, here we go and hear us roar. That's what's going on. Fight, fight, fight. 855-839-1210. I got to take a break. I know I'm way over. So we will continue the conversation and get your calls, 855-839-1210. Yeah, if you haven't heard us say, Dom Giordano, he's live, if you haven't heard, at Mulligan's in Wildwood. Rich Zioli, Cape May Hotel, with incredible guests that line up. And I got to talk about the wind beneath my wings. We got to talk about the Chapman family team, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've supported me. It's about 9.5 years now, because I'm here going on 10 years. They were one of my very first sponsors back in the day. And we appreciate our sponsors, especially those who hung with us through the pandemic, through some tough times. If you're thinking about maybe an exterior home remodeling project, a beautiful makeover project, even if it's the front door, go to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at the front door makeovers, because I'm thinking I do have a gorgeous front door with the side lights, but I was thinking, ooh, I love those before and afters. I need a little makeover on the front door. Maybe you do too. And even for the upcoming, the fall, the holidays, But right now, there's something you need to take advantage of, especially with an exterior home remodeling project. The perfect time for the month of August. Take advantage of this 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the last month. You can take advantage of 20% off all siding. That means the fiber cement siding, the vinyl siding, Chapman windows, doors, and siding, they got you covered. 30 years experience. Everything is, they do impeccable work, and I can vouch for this. They take such care, such precision. Everything is in writing up front so that they make sure that everything that they've discussed with you, it's in writing because they want your vision. They want to bring that vision alive. And when they want to make sure down to the detail that they've got it right, they're going to go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, the options that are going to best fit your home, your personality, and of course, your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months, interest-free financing, 20% off today. You can call them. You can text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Dawn Stensland reporting live for you. So we talked a lot. We carried most of it live, the news conference with President Trump, who has taken over, if you will, the helm of the Kennedy Center and saying he'll restore the age of glamour, but not with politics at the Kennedy Center. One person who reportedly, and this is per the New York Post, reporting that Tom Cruise declined Trump's invitation to receive the Kennedy Center honor. That's a report by the Post today. So apparently Cruise, because if you saw Mission Impossible, it's great. Mission Impossible, that installment, the 63-year-old actor was recently at an event where they were trying to ask him about this week and just said, let's talk about the movie. So apparently that he was saying, because he does have, I don't know if he's shooting another movie already. So this takes place in December.
Oh.
So I have to wonder, we'll have to find out. Cruise has done a good job, even in the pandemic. Remember, he was working on that movie.
Oh, yeah.
And
had that meltdown?
Yes, had the meltdown because he was just saying, hey, look, we've got to comply with this stuff. But this is, all these people's jobs rely on us. So just comply. And you never really know his politics. So is he trying to stay out of the fray? Is it really an actual conflict? I don't have that answer, but
I heard he asked Trump if he could jump out of the plane to get to the Kennedy Center.
Yeah, right.
They weren't a fan of that idea, so he said no.
Said out of the good one, but bump. Henry making a little humor, making a little joke here. So, everybody's going to have a different take on that, but he's a business guy. Maybe it's just smart business to stay out of the fray. I have no idea. They're in Hollywood. You can only imagine, when an actor, especially a huge Hollywood actor, if Cruise had gone along with this and canceled whatever other events he had, does he care anymore? I don't know what that answer looks like, but whatever. Hey, we've got a great mom-daughter duo coming up in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us. It's the Friday. Thank goodness it's Friday. TGIF at Dawn Stensland. Make sure you follow me on social media. If you are here watching us on YouTube, because they're in studio, so you get to see their lovely faces. But if you're watching us on YouTube, please make sure you push like. Please subscribe. Quick break. Be right back.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the national sales event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There is so much breaking news today. We have it all covered for you as we've been covering the historic trip that is in Anchorage, Alaska, the meeting place. It's all teed up between President Trump, President Vladimir Putin, Russia, USA. Will they? And President Trump initially earlier this week had called this a listening session, tried to kind of downplay some of the expectations of the meeting. And then throughout the week, had said, yeah, he believes that they can get somewhere, but it's up to Ukraine, obviously. He has to just set the stage, if you will. But an important conversation, and this is historic, between these two leaders as we think about it as they meet face to face. So much other local news, national news, regional news. We're thinking about the Pennsylvania budget. Third year in a row, we don't have a budget, biggest budget in our Commonwealth's history. As we think about that one, more than $50 billion budget as lawmakers try to hash it out, don't have it quite yet. I think about recently this great event that we talked about for many months, the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Bend to the Shore bike ride event, raising so much money across our region. And many of you joined with us. I went, Greg and Nick, as you know, were riding in it, and so many of us here on the Philadelphia side, Jersey side, people from across the nation actually attended to support our Families Behind the Badge event. And among those who attended and then approached Greg Stocker was a local professor, local mom, who said, I've got this great children's book. When you think about anxiety, and I wish I had a copy of this book to give to Alexandra, who I talked to earlier. Man, she got a lot of stress. But for children nowadays, when you think about anxiety issues, this post-pandemic especially is something we talk about more and more. So I want to welcome in a woman who, like I say, professor, Immaculata University. I have a lot of family. One of my relatives, Megan, attended Immaculata. My great sister-in-law, who I talk about constantly, Kathleen Logan, is one of the famed alums of Immaculata. So we want to think about this great local university professor, but also a mom whose daughter is actually given a credit. Her daughter, Melissa, is right here, or Melissa's daughter, Hope, I should say, is right here on the book. So here's the book. It's called The Worry Shark. And I'm so glad to welcome in, and this is our authors, Melissa and Hope Rice, authors of The Worry Shark. Great to have you both here today.
Thank you so much. We're so excited. I didn't know that UNOSO alum. I went there actually, and now I'm back full circle. So it's a beautiful, awesome school. Yeah. But thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we I have a lot of family, or actually it was my sister-in-law, Marilyn Immaculata, and then Megan as well. But great university. You're the director of programming actually of Cogwell. So take me through what inspired you to write this book, if you would, Melissa.
Sure. So I had struggled since 5 years old with severe OCD, and over the years there was stigma when I was younger. So there wasn't access to help because my mom, even though a pediatric nurse, the doctors were saying no because you won't have a normal life. So over the years I struggled to get help, and when I was 15, I had a friend who ultimately saved me by asking a question and just not judging me. So I was able to get help at University of Penn, a study there, and as I was getting better, I got into college, and I told myself that I knew other people were battling stuff, and I wanted to share my story. So I started sharing my story at 20 and spoke, still speak today in schools, conferences, middle schools, high schools, just to let people know they're not alone. Well, as an advocate, you're telling everyone, hey, it's okay to get help. The sooner you get help, the better. And then you start to see your daughter struggling. So I understood why it was hard for my mom to get me help, because you don't want to see your child struggling, and it's something you can't fix with a cast. So it really inspired us to get help for Hope in kindergarten, and that was cognitive behavioral therapy. And that's kind of how the book came into fruition because of the therapist, the cognitive behavioral therapy naming her anxiety the worry shark so she could fight it in certain ways.
Okay. And OCD, it stands for obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yes.
And what it means, I remember when my son Michael was in speech and debate, and this one goes back to grade school and then LaSalle College High School.
Yeah.
And this one great kid who always won everything has OCD and overcame it. And I was like, he has OCD. He's totally beating you. You know what I mean? Because there's a good side in all seriousness.
Yeah.
There's a really good, like it tells you like, oh my gosh, you're going to be so successful. So whatever I think of OCD, I think of Michael who was a champion speaker, except when he went against that one kid. His name was Alex. But you have to really deal with that as well, to say sometimes our greatest gifts also sometimes are at the same time hinder us. But you have to, I think look at it in positive ways too. But, for you, why was it important with the worry shark? How did you come up with the concept as well? And I don't know if Hope, you want to jump in with your mom too. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so OCD, as you're saying, it's actually very misunderstood in terms of the obsessive thoughts that people have that are constant, the physical pain, and they have to do compulsions to make the thoughts go away that are bad, the what ifs. What if something bad happens? What if a fire starts in my house? Like these thoughts are constant, and it's a constant circle. So she was asking a lot of what ifs of if my mom doesn't show up for school, what if something happens to her when I get dropped off at school? And it was causing her the physical pain. And we just realized that, we knew there were other kids struggling, but it was so important to really, first get her help. And after, years after, I think it was like 3 years, I asked her, do you want to share your story? And I'll let her tell you why she shared her story.
Hi, Hope.
Hi. So in kindergarten, I would have like a lot of worries. And like I wouldn't want to get out of the car because I was scared that my mom wouldn't pick me up and stuff. So, I got like taken to like a therapist and she helped me, and I turned my anxiety into something and I called it the worry shark. And whenever it would like show me like bad things or like tell me something that would scare me, I would like fight it back and like it would like go away and I would fight it back. So that's why like I wanted to write the book to like help other kids so they don't have to feel alone.
Which is so great that you want to share that you don't want to keep it to yourself. But I imagine it also helps you to, it must feel good, right? That you're doing something with your mom, but also you're doing you're part of a book that helps other kids that you don't know, but kids that you probably do know how they feel. And just like that, you're letting them know that the way they're feeling, they're not alone, right?
Yeah, and I will tell you, we our first presentation was interesting. So we do presentations in school, and her first presentation was to her whole 500 student body at her elementary school. And I was nervous for her because she knows a lot of them, most of them. And she got up and shared her story and did a book reading. And there were so many kids coming up to her, so many parents emailing me, texting, saying, thank you. This is how my kid feels. And it's a family conversation starter for mental health. And then we went into a few other schools of kids she didn't know. And it was the same thing. And to watch my daughter at 10, when I couldn't even speak until I was at least 20 because of the stigma, to just say, no, I'm going to tell my story because I want to help kids and help my peers. It was phenomenal. It was the most emotional, inspiring experience to see her in front of 500 kids and just saying, you're not alone. It's okay. There's help out there. So I'm just beyond proud of her.
That's so wonderful. No, congratulations. I think that number one, my husband and I would say this to our two sons, Michael and David. David just graduated high school, and both of them did either public speaking they both did theater, because we said, thinking about public speaking, did you know that more people, it's one of the top 3 fears that people have, getting out in front of people, more than flying, more than spiders, even more than sharks, so it's such a life skill. So overcoming that's just understand, like most grownups worry about doing what you did and what you're doing, Hope. That's incredible.
Thank you.
And I love the worry shark because just the other day we were talking about on the air, as far as why I will not swim out in the ocean to be the last, because there was this hopefully you haven't seen this spooky movie from back in the day, but it's called Jaws, and it's this music, dun, and you never see the shark. You know what I mean? It's just that spooky music. I think the shark is like that thing that we don't see it. I mean, how did you come up with that? Is it that you think of it as a worry shark? Because that's an amazing symbolism.
Yeah, I just was really like scared of sharks. Like I love the ocean, but I don't like what's in it. Like it makes me really scared. So, the worry shark was just like something that I could fight back at because it was like something I was scared of. So if it's easier to like fight it back if you turn it into something.
And I joke because we like the ocean. We want to
Yeah.
save sharks, and but.
Yeah.
What we are telling kids is in the book you'll see that, and this was a parallel to what she did in real life, was she helped a kid on the playground who was struggling. And you'll see it's their worry B. So we want them to pick something that they're ultimately afraid of because we want to show them they're going to be around, but you have power. And if you look, she has a drawing of herself smaller than the shark and a drawing of herself bigger than the shark. And what it's saying at the end is the shark is going to be there. We all have anxiety. We all have worries. It's a part of human nature. But when it starts to take over your life, it can become an issue and a hindrance to family, to social, etc. So if we can talk back to it and manage that, it's going to be there, but we have the power. So if you see there's a cute bow on the shark towards the end saying it's still there, but I'm managing it, and I'm going to fight this anxiety. So
Yeah, and there was, athletes, professional athletes talk about the visualization all the time.
Yeah.
And talking about, even we hear during the Olympics oftentimes, Olympic athletes will say that, since they were little, they would picture, what they would achieve and picture themselves going through whatever that victory moment is, and how important that is to picture yourself not being defeated, whatever that is, by whatever you fear being defeated by, but rather that image, that visualization in your mind of a victory. And that's something that grown-ups, wasn't it? I'm trying to think, was it A.J. Brown has that book?
Yes,
right?
Yes, he had the book on the sideline. Yes, it was amazing.
And people made fun of him. I went out and bought the book.
Right, yeah.
And got it for my sons, got it for family members, because I thought, isn't that incredible? You think of a big, strong, here's AJ, who's somebody who's like one of the most successful, powerful, strong football players. And he's basically learning what Hope learned as a 5-year-old.
It's amazing. And it's funny because I do a lot of work in mental health with, you talked about the first responders. We were there because we have an event coming up for first responders, Military for Mental Health. And we look around, and with Cogwell, I work with college students and athletes, but I also speak to young kids. So mental health doesn't affect just one group. It's young kids all the way to police officers, all the way to older generation, to athletes. And just if we start this conversation, like Brandon Brooks was such a voice, we were able to work with him at Penn, and just saying, hey, it doesn't matter my job, what I look like, how you see me. We all have mental health, and it's okay if we talk about it and normalize it. And I feel like if we continue to do that, we're going to say, hey, it's okay to battle mental health. There is support, and you're not going to be judged for it.
And, I can't help but think about post-pandemic. I mean, I remember during the pandemic, and Children's Hospital, they spoke out and they said, we're full. And everybody went, oh, with kids with sick, with the flu, COVID? And they said, no, mental health.
Yeah.
And that was a moment where I think it took us, all of us, aback a little bit, that something happened during the pandemic with adults too, but especially with kids. And I think that this is an unreported story, and I would just love to hear your opinion on it, as obviously somebody in academia, and this is your world and your wheelhouse, Melissa. And that is, I think that we're still dealing with this with teenagers, for example, or even kids a little younger, maybe even college kids right now, because where they were, especially in our region, which was in the Philadelphia region, or maybe Jersey, and you couldn't go to school, there was a lot of worry. And then just hearing the grown-ups either fearful, talking about what was going on, or maybe a grandparent in a nursing home, or maybe even all the political talk and just a time of confusion for kids. And I would just love for you to respond to that and kind of break it down from your own vantage point, Melissa.
It's so interesting because Hope's happened during COVID. She was in kindergarten. She could only go to school Monday, Tuesday. She was home Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then go for 2 days. So it was this horrible transition where she's with me for 5 days, knows there's something going on, has that mask on, knows something could happen. It's like, hey, go ahead, you're fine. And then that was my first year of teaching in college. So I am literally on virtual. Then we come back with mask on. Then they go back to virtual. And I can tell you, I had students in college that missed proms. They were struggling with just not having their senior year, missing athletics. So we don't think of these things like get over it kind of thing. No, if this is something important to them, it's part of their, journey through high school and something they look forward to. So I can tell you that we're still kind of at the end of those students who were affected by COVID 100%. I mean, last year I can tell you, I remember just seeing it in my freshmen, just how it was still affecting them. So I know there's a lot of mental health programs, especially at Immaculata. We really push for that. And her school has been incredible with just mental health and support. But yeah, everything seemed to happen during that time. And I think we learned a lot. Yeah. And I'm hoping that was a time that we realized that mental health is really important and it's okay that we talk about it.
Yeah. And, on this station, oftentimes we're talking about policies and reacting to the policies, whether they were local, state, national. But I love this different view and the facet of the pandemic and the policies, because I think of, and you gave me a book, which I thank you for, because I married a single dad, all those years, 25 years ago. So I inherited 2 amazing bonus kids. Yes, Saint Stacia, my stepdaughter, who's listening right now, listens every single day.
So sweet.
In Chester County. She and her husband, Justin, have 3 kids. So Emmy, we have Lily, and Timmy, and you'll relate to this, pandemic baby. Yeah. So she said, oh, good, when she got pregnant, oh, good, the 2, bigger kids, they'll be in school. So I'll just have the baby. Timmy's just turning 5 this September. So think back to the pandemic. So, boom, for anybody who had the pandemic baby like Stacia, all of a sudden there she was basically homeschooling, you know what I mean? It's her 2 daughters with a little baby, just had the C-section, you know what I mean? So you think about that in the capacity of mental health, everybody going through it.
Absolutely.
And so, your reaction or what your advice, I guess, because I think the moms, the dads, the kids, there is this residue of the pandemic era, the worry even.
Yeah.
And what would your advice be to those parents, thinking about they're sending off like Stacia, that 5-year-old, to school, but as well thinking about all that we've been through?
Absolutely. Yeah. So my son is 7. So he was 2 when it happened. So, it was home, but I'm sure she had many alarms set because they had to be on at certain times. So I would say it's a fear. It absolutely is. And I think it uncovered a lot of mental health issues in our world. But I think what I try to tell parents and family members and guardians is if your child is struggling, I know it's so hard to say, hey, I need to get my child help. It was hard for me, especially as an advocate, but we don't realize that kids have this plasticity in their brain where it makes it easier for them to cope and deal with it and learn tools. Plasticity, it's called, but until they get older. It's easier to learn an instrument now, a language when they're younger. Mm-hmm. That's because they adapt so well. So if they are struggling, I always say the sooner you get help for kids, the better. And it doesn't make you a bad parent. It doesn't say you did something wrong. It's this brain chemistry and, it happens. And if you can manage that and help them and support them and start this conversation, we wrote this book, so it's a conversation starter to say it's okay to have emotions and mental health. And if it affects you, but if, you're struggling just with everyday worries, just validating, letting them know that it's okay to have these feelings. But I think as a parent, letting yourself know and a guardian that you've done your best, you're doing your best, give yourself credit, take care of your own mental health as well, because you can't take care of anyone until you take care of yourself, right? So I would say advice-wise is give yourself a break, give yourself credit. And these kids are so resilient and they're amazing. And if they are battling mental health, you get them help, they're going to be so resilient even more. So that would be my advice.
And tell us when thank you for that, Melissa. The upcoming event is when? Do we want to promote that?
Yeah, so it's a private event open to first responders, military, and yes, family members. So that is in September. All of our groups, like the Philadelphia Fire Police, we have, many different organizations. They're pushing it out. So hopefully if you're a first responder or a family member, look for that. If not, please, if you go to the Worry Shark just on Instagram, please DM me and let me know, and I'll send you the details, because we really want to normalize mental health for every age, young kids, college students, first responders. And, I think just looking at Hope at 10, sitting here, I still can't believe it. I was, there was so much stigma. I was so nervous. And, I know the reason she does this is, she always says, I don't want anyone to feel alone. So I just hope she knows how proud I am of her.
Yeah, we're all proud of you, for sure. Well, the book is, I'll hold it up, The Worry Shark, Melissa Rice. And Melissa, who on the book it says you were 9 at the time it was published, but
she's 10 now,
you've now turned 10, so happy birthday. Double digits. Melissa and Hope, I hope you come back and talk more. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm glad that you approached Greg Stocker and started this one.
We appreciate you. You're so kind and awesome, and the community loves you. So thanks for all you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Aw, thank you, honey. Thanks a million. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll take a quick break.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try Ziprecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
The hot and humid air mass will remain in place through the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today, a scattered shower storm possible later this afternoon, especially south and west of the city, high around 90 degrees. Shower storm chance early tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 72. And for Saturday, partly sunny with a high of around 88.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, up ahead, I'll tell you, we have some Trump news. We have some fun clips of Trump being interviewed. I think you're going to like this. There's a lot going on. We'll update you on everything. Hey, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. Make sure you follow me if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe it, like it, whatever you want to do to it. I want to get back to real quick here, talking about history. And thank you. This is Rich from Yardley. Thanks, Rich. So I was talking about the significance of this day and thinking about, where we were 80 years ago, the end of World War II. We celebrate this day or commemorate the day September 2nd. But for the rest of Europe, it's the day that officially Japan announced that they were done and announced their surrender. So across Europe today, that's what Europeans, Australians, literally across Europe, they're talking about this. And I mentioned that obviously 80 years ago, Russia, a critical ally who suffered the most casualties. So just that as a backdrop, if you think about that, 3 o'clock today, Trump, Putin, will they draw plans or at least create a platform that peace can be built upon? We hope and pray, yes, because as Trump has said, the casualty numbers are just tragic, really. It's got to end. So this is from Rich and Yardley saying the significance of this day, 1920, was the turning point for the Polish during the Polish-Soviet War, 1919-1920, and Lenin wanted to export the communist revolution to Germany and France, and the path was through Poland. Thinking about August 15th is the miracle on Vistula, the river that goes through Warsaw, and today is celebrated as Polish Soldiers' Day in Poland 105 years later. Poland, obviously an important NATO member. And for Rich, your part, you wanted to honor your grandfather, a very young Polish lieutenant in that war, and would appreciate it if I would mention it. Of course we would. So Rich from Yardley, thank you so much. And Jimmy actually is back here. So Jimmy, 6 years ago, this was the day, August 15th, 6 years ago, that he was told by doctors, you're going to make it, kid. Wow. I get emotional. I don't know if he could hear me or not. He just escorted our guests, Melissa and Hope, down. Thanks for doing that, Jimmy. But congratulations.
Wow.
6 years ago, they said, kiddo, you're going to make it. And to your mom, your mom is like the best. And I know she's like saying her prayers today. So
Oh, absolutely.
we love you.
Thank you very much.
He's all a little red, he's rushed back up. But
That's because I've been walking around.
Yeah, he's not blushing.
He's not blushing.
You know, I forget how large this place is. This place is like an IKEA when you really think about it. And so we're walking Hope and Melissa out, and they stop by the tasty cake thing.
You're such a sweetheart. Thank you.
Then they want to get a picture with the lights, and then they want to do this, and then they want to do that. Because it's a big deal for them to be up here at a radio station at Odyssey World headquarters, where the palatial Odyssey World headquarters. So she's all fascinated by the lights, and I keep forgetting how huge this place really is.
It's impressive.
Yes,
we're running around every day, but so just wanted to take you to that. And one more thing I'm going to say, August 15th, because this is another piece of August, and that is August 15th as we move forward. You think about this day, 4 years ago today, Afghanistan. Taliban seizing control of the country, Taliban celebrating today. And I mentioned this yesterday. This is important as we think about Taliban dropping flowers from helicopters, kind of weird, but to mark their 4th anniversary, if you will, of their return to power in Afghanistan. And then, of course, we think about 11 days later after that, after the Taliban seized control, that was the Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan after, of course, a costly 2-decade war. So August 26th, 4 years ago, marks the bombing. Of course, I'm talking about Abbey Gate at the airport there, and resulting in the deaths of our beloved 13 U.S. service members. That means 11 Marines, 1 Army soldier, 1 Navy corpsman. And so we think of them. And coming up this month, we celebrate the military service of those who come home and those who don't. And so it's an important remembrance as we think about this and remember their honor. And that's coming up on August 26th. I know we'll revisit, that commemoration, but just, I always think about these individuals, their service when we talk about 80 years ago with World War II ending, and immediately so many of you, and that's why I thank Rich from Yardley, just thinking about his grandfather. It's important to put things into perspective, and that's what we want to do as we think about why today with Trump and Putin, and why it has such historic significance. Trump gets that. He knows that. And he'll no doubt interject that into his conversations. So just want to put it there and appreciate your perspective as well. All right. Did you hear about Google? Henry, thank you for finding this. So Google, as Mayor Google does his, how in New York, it's Google, they always pronounce it weird. Google has been busted because why? Well, they were sending certain information purposely, allegedly, this is what they're being accused of, as they were sending certain things in your email, my email, because I have a Gmail, to spam. What was this all about? GOP fundraiser emails. Has this happened to you? It definitely has happened to me. as far as different things. I signed up for Laura Ingram's for her. I signed up for this. I subscribed because you can, if you like somebody, subscribe to their stuff, right? So I signed up for her email, Laura Ingram on Fox. And so I think she's reporting probably from Alaska and always does a fantastic job. A veteran, obviously worked in different administrations. And her show, I will say she does, of any of the people on Fox, watch her interviews. Interviewing is that's a whole different skill set other than, let's say, doing, news, reading a prompter, reporting the news. She's an excellent interviewer. Part of it is she's a great listener. My husband, Larry Menti, is one of the best interviewers in the nation. And seriously, if he's listening, just unlisten to that because you can't, I don't want to, make his head too big, but in all seriousness,
get him revved up.
Yeah, he's like, oh, thank you. But for Laura, I signed up for her, subscribed to something. So when you sign up for something, you put your email in there, you put your information. It should not be going to spam. But do you know? Because I was like, I had signed up for that. So then I looked. Sure enough, it was in the spam file on my Gmail, which is Google.
Interesting. So you've been noticing this before you even saw this article. Wow.
And of course I go there and then I'll say, honey, can you believe this? Look at all this. And he's like, would you stop? You're being paranoid. Yeah. You know what I mean? And has this happened to you?
I don't typically
Henry?
subscribe to a lot of newsletters like this,
but
I might make an email just to say,
just
see what's going on here.
Yep.
My own experiments.
So it's not right. But in this story, I just thought that was, that was an interesting story. I don't know if we have audio on it or whatever, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Check your spam file. See what's in there. And if you have, now here's the other piece of it. Because I'm a news person and because I want to consume all media, I will subscribe to a whole bunch, whether it's a conservative like the great Laura Ingram, who I really have a lot of respect for, her, newsletter, but I also will sign up for things on the left because I wish to know what they're saying, because I want to evaluate media. I want to look at the commentaries of various individuals. So the point I'm going to make to you is that Laura Ingram, her stuff, some Fox things, and some, GOP Republican type fundraising things that I had signed up for, those went to spam. Guess what did not go to spam? Anything that was on the left. And so that's my little personal evidence that something is not quite right. Now, maybe somebody would say to me, well, maybe those on the left, maybe they do a better job of not getting in your spam. How do you do that? Is that an algorithm thing? I have no idea, because from my end, I was just signing up for things. So all I can tell you is the ones that would be to the right, those went to spam, a lot of them, not all. And the ones on the left, none of them did. So there's that contrast. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I wonder how they do that, too. I wonder if it just so much as like an email address. They're like, yep, straight to spam. Or if it's more like scans the contents of the email. I want to know. I want to know how they're fleshing these out.
Yeah, so they will, no doubt, they will respond to it. And it's good that they're called out on it.
They will?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they won't publicly admit to it, but they'll fix it because they don't want to get called out.
Like in the dark, they'll just be like, okay, we'll stop. But they're not going to make it. Like, they're not going to put out a memo saying,
no,
we're doing it.
Because they're not
Don't worry.
stupid, right?
Yeah.
So what do you have? So, I get so annoyed by this, the fact that anybody thinks it's okay to take these pot shots at a first lady. And here's the thing. If anybody had taken pot shots, let's say at Dr. Jill Biden, who I say doctor, because if I would love to get a PhD, and if I ever do, you're calling me Dr. Dawn. So that's why I do that. This is
cool.
Totally selfish on my part.
Dawn on the radio?
Like Dr. Dawn,
gosh,
right?
That'd be great, yeah.
So I call her Dr. Jill Biden. I shouldn't admit this, but it's only for what I just said.
Yeah.
Dr. Dawn, are you your kid's mom?
Doctor.
That's the theme of another doctor who used to be on this radio station many years ago.
Well, let me get through this because you're going to get me all distracted. Hang on one second. So you can just hang on. So let's go through. You guys know this. When people were making fun of Dr. Jill Biden, I did not. She's a first lady. So whether it's Nancy Reagan, great first lady, one of the Barbara Bush, my mom worshiped Barbara Bush, Laura Bush, but even Michelle Obama. I don't take shots at any of these first ladies. Why? They're not an elected official. Okay, they're a wife, they're a mother, they're in this, but it's their husband who's the elected official. And so I really do, I'm kind with our first ladies. With Melania Trump, they take horrific pot shots at her. Watch it. Look at it. And if any other Democrat first lady, if they dared to say these horrific things, which basically they're calling her a hua, you know what I mean? Like I'm saying it like Mama Zioli to be more appropriate. But in all seriousness, can you imagine if the mainstream media just carried on with this type of thing? It would never be allowed. It would just never happen. And yet Hunter, you know, he was a former drug dealer among other, or drug doer, I should say, former addict. And the fact that he goes on and says these things, so then Melania Trump, her attorneys threatened and said, if you don't pull that down and apologize, we're going to sue you for $1 billion for basically defamation, damages, etc. So what does he do? He's, you know, so narcissistic and whatever. Just leave it, dude. You're really lucky your dad pardoned you on all that IRS tax evasion stuff that you got away with, which was crazy, right? So he doubled down on it. You don't want to play it unless you bleeped it out because he speaks in a very, he's saying the F word and whatever. Do we not have it?
No, we don't have
it. Okay,
that.
we don't have it. All right. Went back on and said, beep, well, beep, and that's really it. There's nothing profound on there. He basically said a lot of curse words, blank this, because he went on yesterday on that same podcaster dude and who dresses really horribly. And he just basically said blank this. That was his comment. So Hunter saying he's not going to apologize. He's doubling down. And this is about the meeting. He's saying that essentially Melania Trump was like a paid person. Epstein introduced them. I mean, it's just nasty. It's really ugly. And it's just a lie. It's just a really nasty, ugly lie. Mrs. Trump has won other suits. If you remember back in the day, it was, oh my gosh, it was like, it wasn't the Daily Mail, but it was one of those that was in the UK that was a, tabloidy thing. And she won a ton of money because you're not allowed to, just defame people. And where's the Me Too movement? There's no consistency. So Henry, thank you, Henry, with his dreamy voice. Henry found this clip. Tell us.
Yeah, so I actually found two clips today. One was of Melania and Donald on the Larry King show back in
2005?
2005, after they had just gotten married.
Oh,
and
lovely.
Larry was like, I got to know.
20 years ago.
Yeah, how the heck did
Listen in.
We met in New York, 1998. It was a fashion week, September 1998.
The famous fashion week.
The famous fashion week.
Okay, wait. Can you stop it? Just 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry that comes out loud because he. Okay, look at her if you're watching on YouTube. It's amazing how that was 20 years ago, right? She's not really aged. It's amazing. She looks.
Oh no,
the
she
same.
looks largely the same. Yeah.
I mean, you can tell. It's a younger thing, but
totally.
But
at the same time,
wow.
Good
What's
genes.
her secret?
Yeah, seriously. What's her skincare
Talk
routine?
about good genes. Yeah, you're right. That was a great line, Henry. Good genes. I don't know if you heard him say it. Good genes.
Yeah, get her in the next Sydney Sweeney ad. Next American
what a
Eagle.
Beautiful. I mean, okay.
All right, let's continue.
Fashion week, September 1998.
The famous fashion week.
The famous fashion week in
Were
New
you
York.
introduced?
Well, no, we were both at the same party, and that's how we met. He came to
right
me.
away?
I went crazy. I said, I was actually supposed to meet somebody else, and there was this great supermodel sitting next to Melania, and I was supposed to meet this supermodel, and they were saying, look, there's so-and-so. I said, forget about her. Who's the one on the left? And it was Melania.
Wow. So she's looking, wow. She is so beautiful and so gracious. I love her, as you know. Thank you, Sarah Weiss. Sarah, when we were on conservativetours.com, we were in Tuscany together the last trip, and Sarah was like, I have a gift for you. And it was Melania's latest book.
Oh, awesome.
Melania.
Melania.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, if she, just imagine for a moment, she's a Democrat. She would be on every magazine cover. She would be on The View. She would be on every show, wallpapered 24/7. Every single one of them. It would be, you would be tired of seeing the first lady practically. But they would, and by the way, I can give you proof of this, because if you look up what you can find, because they've scrubbed a lot of it, this is another weird thing, but she was profiled in national magazines as, and this is before Donald came out as a Republican, but back when they were darlings of the media, and they would say, oh, she grew up in a basically a communist village in the Eastern Bloc, and became, she was a runway model in Paris, and, just raving and drooling over her, literally. And then, boom, the moment Donald J. Trump puts an R behind his name, all of a sudden, what is she? And I'll say it like Mama Zioli, a whore. I mean, that's basically what they did.
I hear the Ralph Cifaretto in your voice.
Right?
Very
Yeah, it's like the Mama Zioli. Yeah, Sopranos mom and Mama Zioli sort of like combo, smushed together. But that's what they do. That's how nasty and ugly hearted they are. And just, it's low energy and it's negative energy, and shame on them. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. So much more to tell you about. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is Ziprecruiter. And right now, you can try Ziprecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, I have some exciting news for you from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura just named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does it mean? Well, it means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online. PiazzaAcura.com for all the special offers. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so we've been talking all morning about locally. One of the big Pennsylvania stories here is what's going to happen with the budget. I just want to give you this talking point because throughout the day, please notice what you're hearing and bias by omission, if you will, that now the headline is lawmakers have not reached a budget deal. What they're not reporting, and I think this is a bit unfair, I should say, is that on this point, Republicans who control the Senate came up with a stopgap measure to say, and this week, if you missed it, I interviewed several state senators on this issue. You could go back and listen. But essentially, they found that there's this transit fund with well over $1 billion, nearly $2 billion in, rainy day emergency funding. And so they said, well, we have this. And this will fund SEPTA so that everybody can get uninterrupted service. Nobody has to worry about any fare hikes. We have kids going back to school soon. And so we've got this covered. And now let's hammer out the actual budget deal. This is an historic budget. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has never had a budget going over $50 billion or more. And this is $51.5 billion without really a way to pay for this huge bloated budget, that from Republicans. And so at the end of the day, they had the stopgap measure in there. That's what they proposed. They had everything funded. So they looked at $47.7 billion, the vast majority, and then the rest would be funded. The SEPTA would be funded for now with the stopgap measure with that emergency fund. That's just a rainy day fund. That's all it is. You really don't hear these questions to Democrats. And I want you to think, if it's specifically Montgomery County, Pennsylvania here, and this is Matt Bradford. You remember he's the same guy. He received about $333,000 from teachers, by the way. Remember this? And he was the one who really pressured Governor Josh Shapiro at the time to line item veto. Remember the school vouchers for school choice, which Shapiro had, of course, promised when he was running for governor, going on Fox News. We've been all over that. So I just want to put that in your mind as you move through, as you look at the headlines. Just remember what's going on here, who's lying to you, and the fact that the Republicans in the Senate did not want to cause any SEPTA fare hikes or disruptions or anything of that nature, and they, in fact, had it covered. It's easy to cover this. No big deal. The Democrats want the headlines. They want the drama. They want the stress. They want to create stress for school kids and for parents who are trying to get to work. That's on them. And so just please remember that as you see these sensationalized headlines of, oh, SEPTA, and it's not SEPTA's fault, if you will. I mean, they have to do fare hikes. That's terrible. It's terrible what they're willing to do because, it's just collateral damage. Sound familiar? I'm Dawn Stensland. I hope you have a wonderful Friday and a blessed weekend. And please say a prayer as Putin and Trump meet today. We'll probably see those first images in about 3 hours today. Hopefully they bring forth peace. Thanks for joining me, Dawn Stensland, and the Dom Giordano Show is up next.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, everyone. It's that day here at Mulligan's. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Come out, be part of it. Be here for the Oyster Fest at 12:30 coming up with Mike Testa. And the highest honor, one of the top 10 honors of talk radio, is exhibited in the parking lot at Mulligan's. And I believe on YouTube, do we have a picture of that, Kurt? Oh, okay, we'll have it coming up. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. The highest honor Johnny Z can give talk radio honor. It's not being the Medal of Honor. That's the highest honor. The Oscar, it's better than the Oscar. Paula Scanlan has her own beer keg blocking a parking spot with a big sign, Paula Scanlan Space, here at Mulligan's. It's like the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Next year, we're going to have people putting their handprints in to various places and footprints. He can't do any better than that. Big beer keg, a silver beer keg. It looks like it's been shined up. We'll ask Paula Scanlan what she imbibes, and Dan, does she believe that she's worthy of this honor? And who would she like to thank for this honor?
What do you mean it looks like it was shined up? I was out there all night making it look nice and shiny and beautiful, you know, waxing it.
Absolutely. Looks waxed. Nice work by Johnny.
Yeah, right. That was me. I had the white gloves on.
It's 310 West Hildreth, right in the heart of Wildwood. And we always do this on Fridays. No better day to be here. A lot of great people stopping by. Our opening panel, though, is this a good excuse? Judge Mike Donahue claims that a well blew up or something on his property here. I'm making this text.
Oh, man.
Mike, get a well. Mike, we feel for you, but get a well guy and come on over. We had a guy last time down here, Chef Dave, who had live wires on his car. He moved them because he was going to get here. He wasn't afraid of being electrocuted. He had to be here to be part of the show. All right, so we'll keep you updated.
Get well, Mike.
Yeah, well.
I hope there's some oil in that well.
All right.
That would be nice, right?
We've all had our shot at this. So coming up, though, we'll keep you updated on what's going on Putin, Trump. And the negotiations going on here, Dan, are not as severe, and you're in on this. It's a guy who I can't say his name yet because he's not in the bar yet. That he and I have sparred long distance in a feud, at least from my side, of all kinds of accusations. But we're smoking a peace pipe because we're going to defeat Larry Krasner, and I'm going to commemorate him. He's apparently the one that got the write-in vote going for Judge Dugan. And out of the blue, we're told today that he'd like to be here.
Yeah, so he's going to show up? Yeah?
He's going to show up. So, Vince...
I mean, a couple weeks ago, we were talking about how the UFC ring will be put out in the lawn of the White House, and we were saying out in the parking lot of Mulligan's, we'll have a wrestling ring. Yeah. So you're telling me that's going to happen? Well, that's why the ring's out there? You're going to hop in with the guest?
Apparently, this is friendly. I'm going to commend him for what he's done here. We're going to join forces. Can Larry Krasner stop Dom Giordano and Vince Fennerty together? But I'm told he's not much of a drinker.
Really?
So all those bar stuff apparently was fake, not anything. I have to recant those things.
I don't know what we're... never mind.
Okay. No, all the stuff that I would say, the Republican Party meets in bars.
Oh, yeah.
Not true. I'm going back on it.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to do anything to defeat Larry Krasner. Hillary Clinton can come in. I'd buy her a beer. We'd strategize. How do you beat Larry Krasner? All right, joining us, though, to kick things off today, Keith Hartzell, who may or may not be still on the Ocean City City Council.
I'm on.
Oh, you're on.
Yes, sir.
You can't get rid of it. Okay.
As of this morning, I was on. Maybe not by tonight. Who knows?
Robin Schaefer from Protect Our Shores, the president gave a shout out to your group, or at least in Trumpian fashion, something about those guys that stop windmills.
Absolutely. Protect Our Coast is really, really happy to hear what President Trump has done and continues to do with regard to the offshore wind scam in this country. So
yeah,
glad to
and
be here
that was today. Putin wasn't on his mind. It was the windmills.
Well, he has a long flight to Alaska, so he
yeah.
might as well think about something. And
Exactly.
I'm glad he's talking about offshore wind still.
And next to me, for protective purposes, he looks like a guy, in case there's any trouble here, that I would go to, is Mr. Wake Up New Jersey. He only goes by Mike or Michael. We're not saying the last name because he is a union guy, and he now has become very prominent in the Jack Ciattarelli race and what's going on in New Jersey. And he tells me that for years he's been talking to union members about the fake stuff that goes on with the Jersey economy. So, Michael, good to see you in person. Thanks for coming today.
Well, appreciate having me on. It's interesting, dealing with the union stuff and seeing how so many talk about how, there's a lot of Democrats in there,
Right.
and there's a major shift since Obama's been in office, just for the economy changing their minds, and just the sheer, landscape of things has really, provoked them to lean more right than left now.
And what do you tell them? Were you always a Republican? Were you always a conservative? What do you tell these guys?
I've always leaned right.
Right,
I would say
right.
Republican, more conservative. But I mean, like, for me, it's just information is key here. And when people share stuff that is just incorrect, you have to correct them and then obviously show them what's actually happening here. Then once you do that, you really change their mind forever.
And what's the theme of there's a lot on your Twitter about uniting, about coming together. Who are we uniting with? What are you trying to do?
It's just every single person. It could be a person
Right.
with one follower, with
Right.
a million followers. Everybody can contribute to make a difference. And once everybody just works together and, collaborates, big things going to happen.
All right, Keith, we had on yesterday the mayor of Gloucester Township. They're making national news because in Gloucester Township they're saying if you're a kid who routinely is violating the law, all 28 different things, your parent can be punished also. Repeat offender, the parent's not doing anything about it, punishment. I don't know that Ocean City did that, but is it a mirage, or did Ocean City stop what we had seen the last few summers of these, my words, punk kids running into your stores, grabbing stuff, just harassing, telling the cops you can't do anything to me? Has it stopped this summer, and if so, why? What did Ocean City do?
We hired more police officers.
Okay, always a good move. Just like in Washington. I could say, hey, kid, put that bag of peanuts down. The National Guard's here, yes.
No National Guard in Ocean City yet,
No,
right?
I mean, you have a problem, you just hire more police. I mean, we have
Right.
great police to begin with, but, first off, we're putting a substation up on the boardwalk as well. The number one thing you do is you just swarm these kids and you make them feel uncomfortable, and they go somewhere else. I mean, it's just that simple. Although at one point, because we have a state park down at the end of 55th Street, I just wanted to give them a bus
Right.
and send them to the state park. That way Uncle Phil could have took care of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? I said, give you a big party place, get them all set
Right.
up, because it was just kind of crazy. But, I mean, it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, where they're going to go when they're not with us, I don't know. But I'm only going to say to every mayor and every council person, you swarm them. You just hire more cops, make them feel uncomfortable. You can get them on a lot of different, ordinances like noise and that type of thing. So there's effective ways to do it. It just costs some money and some extra time. But, we're America's greatest family resort. Robin knows that. We're about families. That's our business. And if there's any time a family doesn't feel safe in Ocean City, we've lost. So we have to stay focused, laser focused on families and be safe. The number one reason, and we've polled, that people come to Ocean City, New Jersey is because it's safe.
Well,
two
wait a
ways
minute. Let me
about it.
challenge that. You polled that and all. That's good news to hear. But I don't want to be one of those hack talk radio guys, at least until later in the show. How could that be? Don't they come to Ocean City because it's family friendly and all that? You're saying it's safe, though.
Number one reason people feel
Yeah.
safe there. The number two reason is because it creates memories. So they kind of go hand in hand.
Right.
Because that's our business, families. I mean, look, you can be a 10-year-old kid, go up in the boardwalk with your friends, and you're going to be just fine. We over-police proudly. We over-police proudly.
So, Keith, let's broaden that out nationally. We'll ask all three of you. Washington, so far, I think, is a huge success. We got a guy hitting a cop, dancing up and down, throwing a Subway sandwich at him. What happened? They outran him, dragged him down, and he got fired from the Department of Justice. It was the Subway sandwich. Pam Bondi's charging him with abusing sandwiches by going to Subway. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it was a South Philly hoagie, the cops would be saying thanks, right? So we all know that, yeah.
I just have to say that Ocean City hasn't had a Subway in a long time, and that's fortunate for for all of the police up there that they're not getting sandwiches thrown at them. But like Keith was saying, Ocean City has done an incredible job of having not just well-trained police officers, but police officers that are visible, who are friendly in their interactions with the public. It's not an adversarial situation. So it really kind of blends with the Ocean City family resort idea. And I was going to say, it's amazing what Trump has done with Washington D.C. In Los Angeles, he sent in the troops to the National Guard to calm things down there, and it worked. And literally, this is the brilliance of Donald Trump, is that he has the Democrats out there saying, we need less police, we need more crime. I mean, they're arguing things that are just are mind-blowing.
So, Michael, at Wake Up Jersey, some of the things let me ask this way. On your Twitter, what's the thing that Trump does that might irritate people in New Jersey, and what's the best thing? This Washington thing is a 90-10 issue, to Robin's point. It's overwhelming. And Democrats then, I'm waiting for Mikey Sherrill to say something along those lines, jump in the ring, and they're allied with criminals, essentially.
Well, I look at the big thing with Trump is the ending of sanctuary cities that they want to do, along with the administration. And I see Mickey Sherrill, Cory Booker, Andy Kim, they're all aligning with this. And we just had a recent DUI with a 11-year-old girl.
Is that another one?
No, that was just recently last week. But it was a mother and an 11-year-old daughter, and they died. And not one thing from the Democrats, not one thing. And they're like, rah, 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 and want more funding for sanctuary cities. And I'm really sorry, but when you stop protecting your own citizens and care more about illegals, it's a big problem.
I'll give you something I hope Jack, and I've talked to them, brings up. People go crazy on my show when they hear that someone like me, if I had a kid living on the other side of the bridge, Walt Whitman, Ben Franklin, I can't get in-state tuition going into Jersey. Someone here illegally, their kid gets in-state tuition. People are not going to accept that. It's a big difference. It's a big deal if they go to college.
Well, it is, but we're spending over $7 billion a year in Jersey as far as 2024's numbers, and that's just insane. You're struggling to pay the bills. We were one of the worst states to save in. We're the worst states to start a business in. Worst at property taxes, income tax rates, gas tax rates. At a certain point, how much can you thief from us?
Electric bills.
Electric bills.
Well, we'll get to electric. Anybody I ask people to bring their electric bill today because we're going to feature them and bringing them up. It is astounding, the difference. But they're doing, I would say this, I want to beat Mikey Sherrill, not just try to diminish. They're doing a pretty good job with the aid of the media, blaming someone else, blaming corporations in Jersey. You're union guys. Who do they see responsible for the electric bills?
Well, honestly, I really haven't talked to them too much about that, besides obviously it's so high, but they've seen my videos about SBC's hidden costs in your electric bills, societal benefit charges. And it's $344 million New Jersey taxpayers are spending per year, and that's climate equity, that's clean energy, that's EV rebates. It's all.
Wait a minute, how do you do all this stuff and do construction all day? I'd be exhausted.
Honestly, I'll tell you what happened here. With the SBCs, I'm just researching it, why is our electric bill so high? And I was on my bed, and I said, I found it. I want to yell at this microphone here. Because, once you find it, it's holy crap, man, this is insane, what we're spending on. And those rebates that they're giving you, the $100, is part of the clean energy program, and that's a hidden charge in your electric bill. So the literal relief is in your electric bills.
All right, you get all this up at Wake Up NJ and Wake Up New Jersey, both.
It's actually one handle now.
What's the one handle?
WakeUpNewJersey.New Jersey, but it's just Wake Up NJ. You'll find me.
All right, new addition here. We got Keith Hartzell. We got Robin Schaefer. I'm going to unveil at some point, Henry, you'll be ready for my maybe the next segment. My top 10, because this is the 10th appearance at Mulligan's. This is Mulligan's X happening today, like the Super Bowl. My top 10 big things that have happened here at Mulligan's over the course of those 10. It has been historic and enormous. All right, if you want to get in, of course, it's 855-839-1210. We'll have Dom's Money Melody a little bit later on. Paula Scanlon stopping by at about 1:30, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Great food, Johnny Z, one of our favorites. And if you hustle, you'll get here around 12:30. Mike Testa coming, who is Mr. Oyster Man. He's a guy that wants to, like Trump, change the Delaware Bay to the Bay of New Jersey, all right? And it's to protect the oyster industry or to enhance it. Any of you guys big oysters fan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Am I the only one that's not?
Yeah. I'm going to eat one. That's it. I'm not tempting fate here.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're not either. Oh, good. Yeah.
I grew up in Maryland, though. We were crabs first, then oysters.
Okay.
At my age, oysters help.
Okay. All right. There's a ringing endorsement here at Johnny Z's. All right. Mark that one down. Thank you, Keith. And Keith is the religious. Put that in your sermon this Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oyster. Talk about the oyster and heaven. All right. We'll talk with Keith about that. 855-839-1210. More of your calls coming up. And we'll talk the top 10 things that have happened in these 10 appearances here at Mulligan's. Dom Giordano, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right across from the Acme in Wildwood.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day Sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items, from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit our Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Hurry, Labor Day savings run August 25th through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay. Time to break out the Hatfield. Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one.
At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, that's right. Mulligans, 310 West Hildreth, moments away from the Oyster Fest, with some great guests with us, and Henry just seconds away to our top 10 of Mulligan's X, the top 10 things that have happened. Henry, hit it.
You need order? You need structure? Why even question who to turn to? Dom Giordano tells you what's big and important in today's world and what order you need to care about it in. It's time for Dom Giordano's Big List.
That's right, the big list here in 10th position with Dan egging him on. Johnny preparing a vodka drink for me. I never had vodka before in my life.
Is that a hint? And it sounds like a hint to me.
Yeah, Johnny, you can certainly jump in with that. In 9th, Mayor Pete.
No, get on there.
Mayor Pete Byron, the only guy that has 2 mentions on the top 10 things that happened here at Mulligan's.
Yep.
Bringing me a clock that we still have, giant clock made out of the wood of Oak Avenue on the boardwalk. This is a treasure.
Where'd that end up? Where's it hanging?
It's in the Dom downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, prominent. Wow.
It's not in the Dom Dome. That's your work. It's in the Dom Dome.
I expected it to be up there. No, you're actually featuring it in like.
I feature it on national shows. People ask me, where did you get that? In 8th position of the top 10 things, Dan, that have happened here, when Dan and I were sworn in as fire marshals. I also have been sworn in as a captain of the lifeguards.
Fire Marshal Dom.
So if there's a fire
Any good advice?
And someone drowning, what is my first duty?
Call for help.
Yeah, get the real people in.
Call for help.
Yeah. In 7th position, the 40-yard football throw. I have in the car.
Look at you.
Right
you
here.
brought it.
I brought it.
Okay.
Keith, there you go. On YouTube.com/1210 WPHT.
That's not a real. Okay.
This is a Bridgestone ball given to me by a guy here at Mulligan's. It's apparently counterfeit, illegal, but it goes 10 yards farther.
Is it deflated?
It says time to perform on the box.
It's Tom Brady endorsed.
Tom Brady deflated.
Tom Brady endorsed this. And the last Mulligans this year, which I think will be on the 29th of August, 29th, the last fling, we will be throwing this again, at least 40 yards. All right, Michael, you're a new guy here.
Are we doing that today?
Well, you can try it out. I have to do the show, then I'll do it afterwards.
Oh, you have to
Michael,
do a show.
you're a new guy, a hot guy in Jersey, rising with Wake Up New Jersey.
A hot guy?
Well, it's hot. He's a very attractive-looking guy. You know? So get that camera on him right there. You see this, you see me. Which one of us do you think threw a football 40 yards?
I'm going to go with you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, you're witness.
Is it the diameter of my arms that give it away?
Did you say 40 or 4?
40. 40. All right. The answer was Dan. He actually did.
Oh, no. It didn't go 4 either.
I'm working on it.
Got it.
All right. In 6th position, one of the things that drew us here at Mulligan's and drew us to the shore every time, Robin Schaefer, whatever they call it, they're protecting the shore, the beaches. I say different stuff at different times. The whales. Phil Murphy and the whales. It is one of the greatest, because look at the odds of what they were against. Phil Murphy's hair, Mrs. Kim, Phil Murphy's teeth, Mrs. Murphy, Andy Kim, and the people from Denmark, those guys from Denmark, who still fleeced us out of $1 billion.
Wait, so Robin himself is number?
It's the whales, but Robin gets it. Yeah,
the whales. Okay,
the whales.
I've never been called a whale before.
Like
but,
Robin's brought us like tons of things here. Is that another separate entry?
I put him. No, this is such a big list, Dan. It's hard to be on here.
We're not talking a national celebrity that he brought. Are you not,
in 5th position, Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, there he is.
Right where Michael is sitting. The way Mr. Grammer ate those French fries when he was here in Mulligan's was
mind-boggling.
You were very enthralled by that.
It was Michael. You have to see what I'm talking about. It was like an act. He didn't even know he was doing it, and just the way he curled it. And you're bringing him back on the show. That's the announcement, right?
Absolutely. We time and date TBD, but he's still in the UK filming a movie, so we're working on getting.
We're working on returning him.
Breaking news from YouTube, Dom. You said you wanted breaking news through the show.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Sarah Weiss, quote, "Yes, he is hot!" Exclamation point.
Are you a married guy, Michael?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Oh, he's married, sir.
Okay, well,
and Suze also says very hot. LOL.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't see the wedding ring there. Take it off for instruction.
It actually is a good story.
Called out.
I don't have any.
Hold on.
Wearing a wedding ring.
Yeah, where's your wedding ring? Your wife's over here.
It itches me.
I bought a tungsten ring, which is the most expensive ring, and the second day on site, I'm wearing this thing. It's like it's indestructible, right? Got caught in the ladder, almost ripped my finger off his head. Right in the drawer after work.
And your wife's okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to take this ring off.
Dan,
that's my excuse, man.
Dan, you're the producer. Get the wife on. We got to get to the other side of the story with this guy. All right.
You know they make like silicone ones, right?
Yeah.
Still the same problem. Get caught on things.
You can tattoo it around your finger.
I'll have any tattoos, actually. Nothing. No ink.
All right. In fourth position, the great gravy sauce debate, in which sadly, yes, you sauce people out there, you won this time.
Yeah, this time.
But you're not winning. All right. I think that it was a fixed election.
So you're having oysters later today, Dom, but you sometimes order. You can go to like a lot of restaurants. I think you can probably do it here and get mussels in a certain red what? Mussels
gravy. Mussels.
You don't say mussels in red gravy.
I'll never say
mussels in red sauce.
I'll never say sauce. Never.
It's cocktail
gravy. All right. In third position, shout out to Johnny and his wife particularly. The summer White House shirts that we're all wearing here. Earl of Tacony has them. I have them. This stuff with Mulligans. And here's Mike Testa, Mr. Oyster, coming in. Over here, Mike. Senator Testa, over here, buddy.
You really want those oysters, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Right over here, Mike. Come on around.
Mangelmush says there's a lot of pushback. Remember the other day, Dom, I said that I was making fun of people for not chewing or for chewing their oysters.
Right.
And I guess you do have to chew your oysters, and people are making fun of me for.
Senator Testa, do we have to chew the oyster or just swallow it down? All right. And in second position, the top 10 things that have happened here at Mulligan's. The blackout of a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I had the mayor of Wildwood and the mayor of North Wildwood sitting here. And I said to these guys, shouldn't you be doing something? They said, there's nothing that can be done. You're the only one on. We were hooked up to a car battery.
Yep.
And the engineer, and I see the engineer in here putting it on now, had a miner's hat on for the light. And the number one thing of the 10 times here at Mulligan's, Mayor Pete Byron, thank you very much. He declared, 7 or 8 years ago, June 23rd would always be Dom Giordano Day.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Pete. Dan, you know the backstory. He just thought it was a plaque they give you. He did not think we would actually take him up on that and demand billing and everything.
Now the poor Wildwood officials know every year they're going to get a knock on their door from Dom Giordano.
All right, we have more coming up here.
Wait.
Yeah.
Where's Burning Sky, the cover band?
Neil Diamond.
Or Real Diamond. Real Diamond didn't make this.
Okay, I have to. Who should I knock off the list? Robin and Robin and the Whales. Nobody cares about them anymore.
What? No.
Put the Real Diamond.
We're talking notable mentions. All right. Whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't put Dan on here. The show's dedicated to Dan and police today. All right, that's just an aside. All right, Mike Testa getting ready. I don't know what the drink is. It looks like it's a good drink to go with oysters. We have in the house the man who is changing, just like Trump, the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. By next year here at Mulligan's, or sooner, it will be the Bay of New Jersey. Ooh. No more Delaware Bay. God willing.
I love it.
And a lot of inside politicking. All right, so you got some time. Yeah. It's a popular thing. 310 West Hildreth. Senator Mike Testa next sits in with us. And let's tell Johnny Z to get those oysters he brought from all over the place.
And vodka.
And, well, I don't know about the vodka.
Yeah.
That's all straight ahead here on Talk Radio 1210.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Harrisburg has failed to deliver SEPTA funding in time. That means deep service cuts will happen on the 24th. Montgomery County triples the fines for e-bike violations on popular routes, including the Schuylkill River Trail. The Birds gearing up for preseason Game 2 tomorrow against the Browns at the Link.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. hims.com/radio.
Tomorrow's 4:05 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The big moment has arrived. You can still get over here, though. Johnny Z's Mulligans at 310 West Hildreth Avenue. West Hildreth, right across from the Academy. In studio with us, fresh off a court appearance, is former lifeguard in Wildwood, I believe, now state senator and chairman of Cumberland County. Too way out there, Cumberland County, Mike Testa. Mike, thank you. Thanks for coming down in person today.
Listen, I love being in Wildwood. It was the first paycheck I ever received was from the city of Wildwood.
Right.
And I can tell you, when I was 14 years old, I realized I was a Republican because I was told I got paid $50 a day.
Right.
So in my 14-year-old mind, I thought that, hey, if I work 10 days, that means I have $500 coming to me.
Right.
And when I looked at the check and there was a lot of money missing from my $500 that I was really yearning to spend on Air Jordans and other things of that nature at the time, I said, well, what's going on here? They said, well, you have to pay taxes. And I said, well, I just graduated 8th grade. I have to pay taxes? And I was very confused.
Hey, kid, what are you, a Trumpian? Yeah.
And it was pretty funny. And I can tell you, then they called them captain. Now they call them chief. It was Johnny McCann was the captain at the time. And he said, hey, Mikey, you're a Republican. So I said, that was a lesson that I learned about paying taxes at 14 years old.
Well, I wanted to thank you because we're always looking for a fun angle. We've been at Mulligan's 10 times. Last time it was gravy and sauce. You actually used a Catholic school thing that all the I'm not sure these guys here, the Catholic school, Mike.
A parochial, yeah, when I was
okay, Robin. Mm-hmm. No,
I'm Catholic, but I didn't.
You didn't get the transubstantiation thing you did here. Yeah, it's a good political term to use. So you say what on the gravy sauce debate, Mike Testa?
So I look at it this way: if it's just marinara sauce, it's tomato sauce.
Right.
But once that you put meatballs, sausage, braciole, which is probably my favorite, pork roast inside of it, it's sort of a transubstantiation. It goes from sauce to gravy at that point.
We're going to be using that line. You've straddled beautifully here the Zioli Giordano contention over this. You fit in perfectly.
Listen, guess what? We'll all eat very well, won't
exactly. All right. Now, speaking of that, our host, Johnny Z, has with us here. Where are they, guys? Where are those oysters? Mike, if you can imagine that this came about when you were on, and it was such a passionate call that you had this brainstorm. I've probably been thinking about it for a while. Did the Trump Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America influence you to act on the Bay of New Jersey and the Delaware Bay?
Oh, absolutely. Look, President Trump with the Gulf of America, he's trying to make America great again, and he is, in fact, delivering in spades in making America great again. So, obviously, following President Trump's lead, but also I have to tell you, the oystermen who harvest wild oysters from the Delaware Bay, here in southern New Jersey, we have our beautiful Bayshore communities that people don't realize that they exist. And most people who eat an oyster, they don't even know where it comes from, how it got there. So we have 52 miles of shoreline in our Bayshore community. The Delaware has 28 miles of shoreline. Mm-hmm. So I heard from so many of our oystermen, our watermen, that say, why do we harvest oysters out of the Delaware Bay, from New Jerseyans? And it's kind of a slap in the face to all of the oystermen, all of the watermen who were harvesting these wild oysters out of the Delaware Bay. To say it's a Delaware Bay oyster, it should be the Bay of New Jersey. I said, I agree with you 110%. Now, I also wanted to draw attention, By
the way, can I interrupt? Did you get a call from Trump saying, way to go, Mike? I did the same thing with Mexico and Gulf of America.
He has a few things that are a little higher on his priority list right now.
He can call you at midnight. Doesn't matter. Putin could be on hold. If he likes the Bay of Jersey stuff, you're going to hear from him.
Well, he loves New Jersey. That's one thing we absolutely do know. He's invested heavily in the state of New Jersey. The other thing that I have to say about southern New Jersey and our Bayshore community, and in Cumberland County, and we're having some of these aquaculture oysters here today, the Cape May salt, which has kind of become ubiquitous. Everybody knows the Cape May salt. That is an aquaculture oyster that was developed by Rutgers University at the Haskins Lab in Port Norris, Cumberland County. That is what is known as a triploid oyster. You can look this up. It's remarkable. They have done the Oyster Genome Project at the Haskins Lab at, by the way, Rutgers, which is what? New Jersey's university, which is right on the Delaware Bay, the Haskins Lab. And you would think that it would be this amazing, large laboratory. By the way, it's something slightly nicer than maybe your 10th, 11th grade lab that you had in high school. And Dr. Guo there did this Oyster Genome Project, which, by the way, the aquaculture oyster, and for all the people that are here today, is about a $5 billion a year industry worldwide, and it started in Port Norris, Cumberland County, New Jersey. Now, you tell me why we shouldn't have the Bay of New Jersey instead of the Delaware Bay.
Standing ovation here at Mulligan's. Let's march out right there. So how's that going? You would think any red-blooded New Jerseyan would be behind this. Are there Democrats that are resistors for some reason or another to this because it's too Trumpian?
Well, they're hesitant to jump on board with this because, you know, they see me as President Trump's co-chair from 2020.
Right.
And look, I have to give a shout out to President Trump. He made a robocall for myself, Antoine, and Eric when we ran in 2019 to tell people, hey, to vote for those guys. So I have to give a shout out to the president. Without his help, we might not have been able to get across the finish line in 2019. And, you know, of course it's an homage to call the Delaware Bay, the Bay of New Jersey, to President Trump. So people are hesitant under the Gold Dome because, you know, for some reason people get a little bit scared to touch anything that President Trump is promoting. Not on the Republican side. I think people realize, and once they delve a little deeper into why I want to call the Bay of New Jersey, and they hear about Dr. Guo, and they hear about all of these amazing watermen who are harvesting our wild oysters for generations, by the way. In the Bayshore community, just in oysters alone, the wild harvest is about a $40 million economic multiplier each year. That is a very real industry that has an impact on the state of New Jersey. And if we have 52 miles of shoreline and they only have 28, you know what? Might is right, in my opinion. We should be the Bay of New Jersey.
All right, we're going to eat here, and then we're going to invade Delaware this afternoon and get what is rightfully ours.
That's right. And by the way, there's a couple little pieces of land in Salem County,
I was coming to that,
which is also part of the bill that are part of Delaware, right? It's owned by Delaware, yet it's on New Jersey, which some people might be a little upset because I've heard rumors that young people like to go commit a little bit of extracurricular activity fun on those pieces of property, and the New Jersey State Police can't do anything about it because it's part of Delaware. That may come to an end, but I found out that Delaware owns those pieces of property in New Jersey. It goes all the way back to the king, and I thought that in the United States of America, we did away with kings in about 1776, right?
There you go here at Mulligan's. No kings.
No kings.
No kings.
No kings. All right, Dan, you think it's time to partake, right?
Time to partake, yeah.
Now, which is the one, Johnny Z with us? Johnny assured me the less riskier, if there is any risk with oysters here.
No, everything's going to be fine, Dom. Don't you worry about it.
Should.
Equally risky.
What we have here first are the Cape May salts. There's 6 of them, so there's 5. Hey, Mike, you want to partake?
No, I'm good. Okay, sure? It's the anti-oyster guy. You can
All right, okay. So we have 6 here. Anybody that wants to come try one, and then we'll do the South Bay.
Okay, I'm going with 1. That's what I promised.
See, the thing is, I don't think Dom has any concept of how to do this. So you're
gonna
have to walk him through every single
step.
step.
Do I need a little fork? Is there an etiquette
Yeah, there's a little fork.
There are little forks involved. Yes.
Oh, little forks involved.
Yes.
So here's what I do, Dom. Yeah. I do a little of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a seed right there. A little of that.
You're already getting calls from the crowd to suck it down, Dom.
A little bit of this. Behind you. That's my wife there with the camera. She gets everything. If I don't make it here, Mike.
Mike didn't wait it off. The senator's like, yeah, I love them so much.
I'm done.
Bro, would you like to try? Oh my God!
All right, so
John, this whole thing.
Yep.
Oh my God!
I don't know if you guys can see on YouTube, but Dom is visibly nervous right now.
Hey Henry, you were supposed to be here as producers.
You don't eat it with the fork though, Dom.
No?
No,
you just kind of slide it right
off it out of the shell.
That's like eating a piece of pizza.
Yeah, no. So
it's like eating a piece of pizza with fork and
Oh,
knife.
boy, no. Hey, Dom, you might want to check your man card at the door. I'm just saying.
Wait a minute here. Oh, my God.
I'm taking one.
All right, go ahead, Dan. Let me see how you eat.
Do you have a fork I can grab?
Yes.
Senator, you want another one?
Of course
Robin,
he does.
I'll take the other one.
Senators, we're doing this too. You really put on the map the number of times you said our Bayshore communities. I mean, that was, never heard anybody address that. So you really did your constituents solid by putting all the bays on, not just the ocean front, all over the place.
Well, they deserve to be highlighted, and something that I'm upset with the New Jersey DEP
Right.
For many years, they've been trying to diminish our Bayshore communities. And I've even heard members of the NJDEP say they want to have that return to the wild, natural habitat. The issue, though, is, Dom, people live there. People live there, and they've been trying to do what are called blue acres and bring.
He didn't get the oyster. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dom, the sauce is good. You got to actually eat the meat that's in the shell, pal.
You got to loosen it first with the fork.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
There we go.
Just eat this.
Just eat that. It's like a booger.
Slurp.
There you go. Way!
He looks visibly
Delicious,
shaken by this.
delicious. Where can I get more? This man ought to be president right here in front of us.
Are you okay, Dom?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
So,
Good.
so Dom, something that many people don't know, the juice that's in the shell is called the liquor.
Okay.
You're actually supposed to suck that down as well.
He's like, I've had enough there, Mike.
Oh, my God. This guy's... No, I'm
Ready?
I'm good. No, I'm good.
All right.
Tuna Fang on YouTube says, Dom, you're supposed to eat the shell, too.
Yeah. All right. I think we have to take a break. More coming up here from Mulligans, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. I can't tell you what a great guest Mike Testa is, and we support everything that he said. We'll get more from him coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, the worst is over here, Dan. The oyster eating is over. The best.
How big is the weight off your shoulders?
Oh, it's tremendous.
Yeah.
Who knows what will happen next?
Sunny days ahead. For
Mike
Don
Testa
Giordano.
is gracious enough to stay with us, State Senator Testa here, because we want to talk the governor's race, politics, and all that. But I met Danielle and Nancy today here, Dan. They were good enough to come out to Mulligans and come over, listeners. And Nancy, you're the mom. Your daughter gave birth how long ago?
A year and a half.
And what happened?
So 6 days after she had the baby, she had a massive stroke, massive brain bleed. And she was paralyzed the whole right side, and she has aphasia. She can't speak that much. And so then she went to St. Mary's for rehab for over a month. And then we went to a rally, well, at the McDonald's in Feasterville. When you were there, we met Mr. Jim Worthington, the owner of the NAC.
Yeah, this for listeners is the rally we did there because Trump had come weeks before to that very McDonald's, made international news, and Jim Worthington was paying for people coming through that day. Yeah.
Right, and so he met Danielle, and we told him her story.
Right.
And he was gracious enough to give her a year's membership to his club. And so she's been going and for her physical therapy and for her mental therapy. And she's got her whole right side back, but her aphasia is still...
exactly.
Yes.
So Danielle, so very glad, and you're not a gym person, but you did it for this. Yeah, he's our friend, and I'm so glad that you guys have gotten through that and on the way to full recovery with it, Nancy.
Right.
So glad you came to that McDonald's. So what's your sense of how President Trump's doing?
Oh, I love him. I think he's great.
I knew when I asked that when you were going to go. Yes,
yeah, I love him. He's terrific. He's doing everything that we stand for.
Right. Well, Nancy, Danielle, thank you again. And we'll be in touch with you, in coming events. We're back here in a couple of weeks. If you're down, come back and we'll get an update. We'll see you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So Senator Mike Testa with us here. And Senator, the Jersey governor's race, you're a guy who I think someday will run statewide. That's been out there, and I hope that you do. What can you tell us so far? What do you see tactically, strategically is going on here? There'll probably be a poll, I guess, after Labor Day, and I would think each poll that we see, Cettarelli is inching closer and might even be neck and neck at this point.
So right now, I believe that it's more than likely truly a statistical dead heat between Jack Cettarelli and Mikey Sherrill. I don't place a lot of trust in polls these days.
Oh, they're brutal in Jersey, the polling.
The poll that was against myself, Antoine McClellan, and Eric Simonson in 2019 had us losing by 14 11 days before the election, yet we won by 7 points. That's a 21-point swing in 14 days. That's impossible. We know that the poll was faulty at best, if not intentionally so. But Jack Cettarelli's hitting on all cylinders right now, in my opinion. He's talking about issues that matter to New Jerseyans. He's talking about their electrical bills, which everybody should be shocked and dismayed about. And I think about this. Myself, Antoine, and Eric ran on Governor Murphy's, and we called it the Murphy midterms in 2019. We called it the Energy Disaster Plan. No one can say that they did not see what is happening today coming. everybody knew that had any common sense whatsoever about energy policy that we were going to be here. We didn't know how bad it was going to be, but it's really bad. We have constituents calling us all the time, and Jack is really tapping into that vein because New Jerseyans are angry. And something that everybody can understand is how much money they have in their pocket at the end of the month, whether it's to come to Wildwood, Cape May, Stone Harbor, Avalon, all of our great places at the Jersey Shore. If they don't have enough money to come here, guess what? Great bars like Mulligan's don't get to survive. They get to survive, but they don't get to thrive. Otherwise, look, you take a look around at the economy in the state of New Jersey. We've had the greatest outward migration of any state in the United States of America for a number of years. Jack wants to put a stop to that. He wants to make sure that parental rights has been a major issue.
With you, you've been one of the real champions on this early on, seeing this. Sometimes the right thing and the political thing come together. It is the right thing, and politically, it's got to be dynamite.
Absolutely. And, another one of the individuals that appears on your show regularly, a good friend of mine, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, she's been at the forefront of that issue.
Well, future education secretary, I hope, whatever you guys call it in Jersey. Yes.
From your lips to God's ears, she's utterly fantastic. And she's been a great partner, but just like Eric Simonson, because they're both in education already. Jack is tapping into that vein of all of the angry parents who are saying, wait a minute, our numbers are going down. We used to be able to wave the flag that we were number one in K through 12 education, but we're not any longer because we focused on goofy stuff instead of focusing on reading, writing, and arithmetic and preparing our young people for jobs. We had drag queens reading to children. Make sense of that. It doesn't make any sense.
If you're good enough to be here for a little bit longer, Paula Scanlon, the woman that has the beer keg out there for her parking lot, who was on the swim team at Penn with Leah Thomas, will be here. We'll have to introduce her to you.
Oh, I would love to. I follow
we'll
her.
put the two of you on together. So, Mike, if you can hang around here a little bit, Senator Mike will be back with us. Joe Conklin next, the Conklin Comedy Hour here with Dom at Mulligan's.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife, Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try Ziprecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on Ziprecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Ziprecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try Ziprecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
All right, it is Dom time here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. The latecomers are coming in here now. All right, the 1 o'clock crowd. You know, you think people would come for lunch. These look like half-dayers coming in here, taking the full day off now. Joining us are Knights of the Round Table, Keith Hartzell, City Councilman and entrepreneur in Ocean City, the mayor of Ocean City, in absentia, really. Mike, who we can't give his last name, but he's hot on Twitter and he's hot on YouTube, I believe. And he is the guy that really has caught my attention with Wake Up NJ, Wake Up New Jersey, tremendously what he has going on. And the dean and man of 1,000 voices, who Dan is giving me impression lessons. You didn't know that. So you're going to be surprised one day.
Why are you wasting your time, Joe?
What I do
I'm just kidding.
all right, so Dan, who do you do? I forgot who do you do?
Me? I do nobody. I'm
Nobody.
I'm terrible.
See, that's an easy thing to get out of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But Joe is with us, and Joe came out to talk to me yesterday. Some of the things he might talk about today, and some of the people that might stop by. We're here at a bar. We're here at a classic bar, Mulligans, 310 West Hildreth Avenue.
That's an Irish bar, I guess.
Bar,
and
yes.
you're drinking tea.
Exactly.
You're an official teetotaler.
Well, after the show, Johnny's got something for
He
you.
has requested vodka a couple times for the
Yeah,
show.
I've requested vodka. But with us is not just Joe Conklin, but Chip Snapper has wandered in from the streets of Kensington.
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me or not, Tom. All right, a little closer here. It's great to be at Mulligan's again. We couldn't get our place in Grassy Sounds this month.
I thought it was Grassy Knolls. It sounds so.
Yeah, but we're staying offshore in Rio Grande. But we have our papers, every one of us. On the way over, we saw a ton of them coming across the marsh on Route 9. But they all scattered when they saw the Sea Isle ice truck pull up in front of Mulligan. So.
Oh, Chip, come on.
Right away, we're all very excited.
You're all
about
welcome here.
Your event coming up, Politics and Pints. We would love to have it at Chip Snapper's Tap Room. We have Ortlips and Schaefer on tap, 40 cents for the 8-ounce draft. And our menu is expanded. Pickled eggs, hard-boiled eggs, 2 for 35 cents. Frozen egg rolls, and Margaret and Dolores come in at lunchtime and dance for the men. And
wait a minute, Chip.
They would love to talk politics.
Is Greg Stocker listening?
Greg Snapper's here.
Yeah, that's right. That's Snapper. A new venue for Politics and Pints.
Well,
for all these people coming through.
Stocker's down here all the time trolling the avenue looking for a little action.
I know it's Kensington. Okay.
Now, question, how old is Dolores?
Dolores, well, we're going for different generations now. Her daughter or her granddaughter? Dolores, she's got a residency here. We don't like to disclose the age of our dance.
Every Thursday at 6:30.
Okay.
Just say that much. But
so, Chip, you're in. I'm going to tell Stalker we're coming to K&A. Where's Chip's bar
We're
located?
3200 block of Kensington Avenue, right near Jack's Famous. But we like I said, our menu is expanded, and we'd love to have you down here and come on down. Stalker has been seen out front, but he's trolling around with $8 burning a hole in his pocket. So we'll see what happens. But I came in here today, Dom. I just love what Trump's doing down in D.C. With the homeless, and I can't wait till he comes up in Philly and takes over, too. We started a nice program with the homeless in Kensington. We call it Fragrant Vagrant Day. What we do is we round them all up, round at the public sprinkler at McPherson Square, and then we throw in a bottle of Jean Naté, and everybody's happy. They're smelling real good. And maybe when he comes to Kensington, he can paint all the fire hydrants gold, right?
That's really. Rizzo had them red, white, and blue, right?
Red, white, and blue for the bicentennial. That was crazy. But, he got the best out of the University of Pennsylvania. I was just listening to your show last week. You guys were talking about the transgender swimmers and stuff. Some of the schools in Kensington got hit with the DEI violations, too. The Barron's Castle School of Beauty on Frankfurt Avenue lost about $45 in government grants. The football team was on probation because of the transgender violation. They caught the quarterback doing the tush push in the girls' bathroom. So, and we don't go in for that transgenders in sports down here. We keep the boys with the boys and the girls with the girls. Our lesbian softball team is a 4-time reigning champ, so we don't want to mess with anything. But we're still a little upset about the cutting off of the PBS funding, right? Didn't that happen?
Oh, yeah, that happened too, yeah.
Ken Burns was all set to do a documentary on the national parks of Kensington. We're saving that patch of grass next to the Ascension parking lot, and also Cahocksink Playground, where a broken glass and rocks and cinders. And there's a manhole on the 50-yard line. Not everybody knows that. It's the most unique park in the United States. And you mentioned the Epstein files.
I did. Chip. Epstein, yes.
Kensington residents still want transparency for the Springsteen files. And you can tell one of them was bootleg because it said Bruce Springsteen and the I Street Band. And that ain't right. But we want the list of all the names who visited that island in the middle of Allegheny Avenue for SEPTA. And the rumors are flying that Stinky McGee's name's on that list, and he's the brother of a state senator, so we want to know what's going on. But I'll tell you what, Eggy Duckworth is happy that SEPTA's cutting service. Now his ex-wife can't come down to Tacony and chase him around for alimony, so he usually takes that bus down there. And a lot of things in the news. We're very happy that Columbus Day is going to be Columbus Day again. I feel bad for Mayor Parker. She was trying to spell indigenous. I-N-G-L-I. Engines! And I also heard you guys talking about the new female umpire in baseball. I saw the video. Did you see
we talked about her, sure.
I saw her picture. I couldn't tell if it was her face or the catcher's mitt. Are we on?
Hey, by the way, we're here at the Jersey Shore. We're in Wildwood. There's North Wildwood, Wildwood Crest. It's only 7 square miles, but there's a 4th Wildwood, Joe.
That is correct. I was going to get that with the president, but we can talk about West Wildwood if you want.
maybe the president will talk about West Wildwood.
Wildwood. But did you see the story about the cockfighting on Weymouth Street?
Yeah, in Kensington. Yes, I heard about that. Yeah, might be an area to stay away from a little bit.
I didn't know you were so plugged into that, Tom.
Yeah.
They said
it was in the news. Yeah.
The Roosters have a better chance of making the playoff than the Sixers do. So it's not bad for Kensington. Those cocks are the only ones that are working down there for steady jobs. One of them just pulled a groin injury. And it was funny because the police raided on Wednesday night down there, and one of the Roosters was wearing an Alvarado jersey. And he's coming back Monday, I think. So it's all full circle down here.
All right. And Mr. President is on his way, too. And we hear that West Jersey is, 2 square blocks, gets a lot of federal money. Does Trump know about that?
Mr. President, come on down. I just got to sit over here, I guess. Excuse me. Very nice to see you. Hello, Dom. How are you? We're talking about West Wildwood, not West New Jersey. I don't know what the hell you're smoking. Have another cup of tea, friend. Come on. But we're thinking about sending the National Guard into West Wildwood. I mean, it's a disgrace over there. I mean, they got seagulls running wild. The lawlessness over at the West Side Saloon, it's like the Wild West in West Wildwood. Not good. I mean, what do they got, a block and a half?
Yep.
And they want to declare,
they're getting federal money, Mr. President.
Federal money, come on. They're dreaming. We sent the National Guard into Washington, D.C. to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor. And that's just the House Democrats. So we'll move on. The squalor in the streets of D.C., it's a threat to America. We'll march that homeless far away. I don't know where they're going to put them. They're going to put them very far away here, but they're calling it the Million Bum March out of D.C. over the Potomac and to the nearest sanctuary city. Get them out! But we're having great success. We're doing wonderful things. It's a great thing they're doing in D.C., and we're sending troops into West Wildwood. So, and by the way, we just talked about the bar owner you had in here, Chip Snapper. He said, Columbus Day is back in Philadelphia. That's thanks to me. You're welcome. I had a very, a couple of vocal Italians from South Philly. By the way, Dom, thanks to you, I've become very popular with the Italians. They love me down there. The first thing I did was, with Columbus, I took the big box off, right? I took him out of the box.
That's right.
And we got him a terrible wooden box. It was horrible. It looked like a coffin. We had to get it out of there. And Pocahontas is upset. They call her Elizabeth Warren. I call her Pocahontas. She's saying that Christopher Columbus murdered her people. Fake news. Fake news. Pocahontas is lying, folks. She's a lying Sacagawea. And we all know it.
Working on that one yesterday, I remember, Mr. President. It was fun in the Oval Office.
And with the Oval Office down here, the Wildwood White House, right? I got to get a shirt before I leave.
All right, Johnny, we'll get that.
I'll paint it gold is what I'll do. But I was happy to hear Judge Pat Dugan on your show earlier this week. What a great man. Vote Dugan. Vote Dugan. By the way, the new Krasner strategy, he's emptying out all the jails and prisons so he can get the voters registered in time for the election in November. What a crumb bum, right? What a terrible...
What a lush.
Terrible...
What would Frank Rizzo say?
You mentioned crumb bum. The Krasner is a crumb bum and a creep. He's a coward. He's a yellow sneak. You know what I say? Let's forget all the rules of this great country that we live in. Have Pat Dugan go back and Mulligans here right in the alley. I don't want to fight him. Dugan will fight him. But he doesn't have the guts come down here because he's a crumb creep coward. Print every word of it, creep. By the way, you mentioned crumb bum. We're bringing back the Rizzo statue. I don't know if you heard. We're going to bring it back. It's all thanks to me. He's coming back to the corrupt government in Philadelphia is going to have to pay for it too. We're going to put Rizzo statue right next to Kate Smith. We're bringing Kate Smith out, too. Back-to-back statues. We need a bigger lot for Kate, of course, but it'll be worth it. Stand beside her and guide her. Come on, back it up, Mike. Back it up. All right, so we're doing great things, and I'm very excited. We're doing great things in D.C., too. Then if the National Guard doesn't work, we're going to bring in the Philadelphia Eagles. They have the best defense in the country, led by the exciting Whites.
All right, Mr. Joe Conklin. And Joe Conklin, everyone, will be appearing at Archbishop Wood High School, York Road, Warminster, Pennsylvania. That's Friday, October 10th. The Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, PA, Saturday, November 8th. Tickets for both events. They make great gifts. JoeConklin.com. And Joe, is that with the City Rhythm Orchestra? Or just
No,
Joe
these
Conklin?
are just the regular stand-up shows. We got 2 more coming up, City Rhythm. I'll give you that plug next hour. World Cafe Live. Cardinal O'Hara High School coming up.
Oh, God. And Joe's a proud graduate of Cardinal Doherty High School, right?
That is correct.
6,000 kids there at one point, I think. It was some number like that.
It was a lot. Yeah, I remember the band coming down 2nd Street. The big marching band was our pride and joy.
All right, Mike from Jersey's looking like, what the hell goes on here in Philadelphia? Who is this guy? All right, we're here at Mulligan's. Come on out and meet Mr. Wake Up New Jersey, Joe Conklin. Paula Scanlon, Dan, doesn't look to me like she would like a keg in her parking lot. Doesn't seem the type. I think she ought to take it home. We ought to autograph it for her. She should be here, or I think she is here. She is here, yeah. Yes, Paula Scanlon in the house, everyone. All right. So we'll ask Paula coming up here. Hi, Paula. We'll ask her about how it feels.
She could be a candidate for the Miss USA pageant. Come on up a little closer, hon. Let's take a look.
Wait a minute, Mr. Trump. Calm down.
Let's take a look. Are you 21? I don't even think she can drink. Look at this beautiful girl.
All right, Mr. President.
Wonderful.
Oh, my God. Thank you, Joe. Thanks very much. All right. More from Mulligan's. Come on out. Meet Paula. 310 West Hildreth. 310 West Hildreth in Wildwood, New Jersey. Oh, God, Joe. Great stuff.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the 2 greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Tomorrow's 4:05 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles, which come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Selling your car? We want it, and we'll pay top dollar at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Bad credit? No problem. Our goal is 100% credit approval.
Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7, but only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty. The Dom Giordano program. On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here we go, Paul. All right, welcome in, everyone. All right, the latecomers are here. It's time for you to get over to Mulligan's. Dispense with all Friday labor. We have an all-star cast here. I don't know in what order to go. Matt Rooney to my left. That's rare that he's gotten to my left. Senator Mike Testa after the oyster contest. And Mike, we don't give his last name for obvious reasons, of Wake Up, New Jersey. And the honoree of the day, and it's signified here, Paula Scanlon, that you get your own beer keg out there in your space. When you came up here, what did you think that was about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, my first question was, is the keg reserved for me, or was the spot the keg was blocking reserved for me? I'm down with both. I believe it or not, I do actually like to drink some beer. I know that's like not a popular woman's stance. Not enough to make me identify as a man, but I do love a good beer.
I like how you put that in. So the Sweeney ad, you approve of that? Yeah, it's definitely. So, Paula, at this point in time, and you talk with Senator Testa here, who was one of the first on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. We have it in Pennsylvania, Mike, and there's 20 major women who played college sports that are the architects. You have Phil Murphy. That's a lot easier to deal with than dealing with Josh Shapiro. Phil Murphy.
Is it, though?
I think so.
I don't know.
No, in the sense that everybody knows he's a doofus. Everybody goes down that path. Shapiro, politically, is unbelievable. He blamed the act on Doug Mastriano and Donald Trump, not 20 women who are saying we can't have males and female sports.
What was even worse for Ms. Scanlon, and I followed this case really closely, and I was very proud to introduce the Fairness in Women's Sports Act in March of 2021, by the way. So it's been around a while. I've been waiting for someone else to act on this from the other side of the aisle. But the horrible gaslighting that great female athletes were facing at the University of Pennsylvania, that when they brought this issue up, saying, hey, look, we don't think this is fair, we don't think this is safe, we have to change near this individual, they were completely gaslit. They were completely gaslit and offered counseling, told that they weren't going to be able to get a job, told that they were bigots. I mean, think about this. Not only are they facing the rigors of the academic schedule that they have, being a Division I athlete at a high-ranking academic institution, then they're being told, oh, by the way, because you're complaining because there's a guy changing next to you, a biological male changing next to you, that you need to seek counseling so that you can be better at handling this, not extracting the male from a female sport. It makes absolutely no sense. It flied in the face of science, and yet we were told as Republicans that we were not following the science on a sundry of issues around that time, whether it was COVID, whether it's biological males competing against biological females, and it was just absolutely repulsive and disgusting. I see there's another round.
Wait a minute. Another round of oysters. Ugly and repulsive here again, the exact words. Paula Scanlon, you're a beer drinker, but are you an oyster eater?
I feel like I'm indifferent to oysters. I could eat an oyster, but it's not my favorite thing in the entire world.
Mike Testa's frowning here. Mike Testa's making faces. This guy's Mr. Oyster here.
These are actually cooked this time. These are oysters Rockefeller, so another experience. You tried the raw, didn't like it too much, so we'll give you a cooked one.
That was raw. I didn't even know that. That's it. I'm out. I'm not doing more. All right, for Mike Testa's sake, I will do that here. And Matt Rooney, Paul is indifferent. Why can't I say I'm indifferent? Just by being the host. I don't know, Paul. You don't have to. You don't have to do it.
One of my favorite bands says the opposite of love isn't hate; it's indifference. So
So it's true.
Paula, you're traveling New Jersey now. You told me you're doing a lot of administrative work with the Scott Presler Group. How do you see the governor's race as far as what people are telling you around your experience? And I know that Presler said you were going to a number of churches and things of that nature early on. So what have you found out?
Well, I just think what we've seen in New Jersey is that people are tired. And I think the one group that I'm most interested in seeing is that these young high school kids that were not eligible to vote back in 2021, they were the ones who were dealing with the COVID lockdowns during their high school. My cousin went to high school in New Jersey. I heard so many stories of how he couldn't see his friends, how he had to sit 12 feet away from his classmates. Apparently they doubled the 6 feet distance. I don't even know. None of the policies made any sense. And those groups of voters are really unhappy. I hear from parents that are upset about the trans issue. I hear from people upset about the cost of living. Another one is so many people have said that the people in their communities have moved. They want their neighbors back. They want their friends back. They want their parents to not feel like they had to flee the state to be able to afford things and to be happy. And so we're really trying to tap into that. The polling is obviously looking close, but do we even believe polls? I have no idea. But I think some of the other people here can also add color to what's going on in New Jersey. But all I can say is us, Early Vote Action, we are on the floor. We are trying to get this done. And we are our coordinators are working harder than I've ever seen. And there's just so much desire in this state for change and new leadership.
Mike, to that point, Mike from Wake Up and NJ, I ask this all the time. I plead insanity. It's my reason. I live in Philadelphia. It helps me to say I'm a conservative in Philadelphia. It's a little talk radio thing. Otherwise, we might be in the suburbs. Why stay in New Jersey with all of these things? Affordability is one, et cetera. And I think it's what Democrats know about guys like you staying in New Jersey, why they do what they do.
Well, they don't want you to stay. They want to bring all their people in and then keep, doing the horrible things they're doing to the state. I mean, as I said, the property tax alone is a horrible issue. You mentioned S2 funding formula, and it's catastrophic to these Red Ocean County areas, Toms River. And I want to save the state because I love living here. I love Ocean City and seeing, that Ferris wheel up there. I love going to North Jersey and seeing the mountains. The state is wholeheartedly worth saving because there's so rich history. I want my kids to be able to grow up here and be able to afford to live here and raise their kids and everything.
Mike, but my political point is this, and you know this better, the Democrat colleagues. Don't they know that Jersey has sense, what Mike just said, a sense of place, food, culture, language, etc., if they can do anything? I would advise them to do even more. We're not going to move out.
Absolutely. I mean, look, with me, I look at the rich heritage of my own family, and you asked the same question to me that you did of Mike from Wake Up, New Jersey. This is something that my grandfather, who was the first elected mayor of the city of Vineland, he taught me. He said, Mikey, we have to give back to the city that made us. And I feel an overwhelming obligation to do that. Now, look, I have 3 wonderful children of my own. I want New Jersey to at least be an option for them once they're educated. Right. I'm not going to mandate that they come back, but I felt an overwhelming obligation. I wanted to practice law with my father and my grandfather. Unfortunately, God had other plans. I didn't get to practice law with my grandfather as well by a couple months. I'm still a little bitter over that. But, I wanted to make my area of New Jersey better than I had found it. And, that came from my family's heritage. And look, my mom got involved in politics after I did. She became the deputy mayor of Buena Vista Township, which is in Atlantic County. We have such an overwhelming, rich history here in the state of New Jersey. It is beyond worth saving. I think it's our duty to do so. And part of my generation that I've found, guys I graduated high school with, they all felt like, hey, you know what? This can't be saved. Let's leave. And they didn't have that level of obligation to stay and say, really dig in and lean in hard against the overwhelming majority of Democrats. Look, we're chipping away at that thanks to folks like you, Ms. Scanlon. It's fantastic that you're doing that. But, we had in 2021, there was over 900,000 registration difference between Democrats and Republicans. Now that's down to a little over 700,000.
All right, to that point, Save Jersey, MrSaveJersey.com. Matt Rooney's here right next to me. That's the banner. All right, we're going to take a break, and we're going to talk with Paul Morrow briefly from Fox News, one of their chief guys on law enforcement, terrorism. We are at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Still get a seat at the bar for you. Jump in the car, get over here now, meet Mike, Paula Scanlon, Matt Rooney, and maybe you'll have a mask on by then. Mike of Wake Up, New Jersey. All right, yes, I'm going to eat one of them, too. We'll have that, too, at some point here on Talk Radio 1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The hot and humid air mass will remain in place through the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today, scattered shower storm possible later this afternoon, especially south and west of the city, high around 90 degrees. Shower storm chance early tonight, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 72. And for Saturday, partly sunny with a high of around 88.
Visit Piazza Nissan of Ardmore to take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on the 2025 Pathfinder, Rogue, and Murano. Explore inventory online today at piazzanissan.com. piazzanissan.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, everyone, welcome into Mulligan, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. We got quite an all-star cast with here. Come meet Paula Scanlon, Senator Testa, Mike Rooney, and the other Mike, Matt Rooney. What am I putting so many mics in for?
That's my brother. He would be a good time.
Mike.
He's a Trumpy.
Mike of Twitter fame. Joining us, though, is a guy I really admired and want to get him on frequently if we can in Philadelphia. Paul Morrow from Fox News Channel, from the NYPD, practicing attorney, joins us. Hey, Paul, we're big fans here. Welcome to the show, and would love to get you on the show as much as possible. Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate that. Thank you for having me.
So, Paul, the Washington situation here at the bar, we've talked to a lot of people today, a lot of elected officials, et cetera, and this seems to be a 90-10 issue again, because what they're doing in Washington, the National Guard and others, are just being a force multiplier, a deterrent. They're not really the ones that seem to be interacting. They're encouraging the police, and they're going to go after guys that throw a Subway at their chest.
Yeah, I mean, that actually is their specific mission, is to be out there. They call it omnipresence in the police world, and the idea is that they're out there in uniform. They look like serious people, and they can guard locations. Specifically, there's been a lot of tension on Union Station. And what they want to do is free up the street cops, because MPD, that is Metropolitan Police down in D.C., are very short-handed, like all police departments around the country these days, because they can't get anybody to take the job post-George Floyd in the Summer of Love. And so consequently, you need to free them up to handle the 911 jobs, to get there quicker, to try to interdict some of the things that are going on down there. And you can use the uniformed ICE agents, FBI's uniformed division, which they have, to safeguard locations and to kind of be a force multiplier for the cops that are running around answering the radio. And this sort of meltdown that the left is having over it, it's authoritarianism, it's the beginning of fascism, is, as you say, seems to be a 90-10 issue, and you're seeing it playing out right now in a little bit of a civil war on the left, because there are those who will openly admit that the city needs help, all our cities need help, and they need this.
Paul, the other thing that we've heard, and I wanted to get your expertise, it seems to be a combination of maybe juveniles and something else in Washington. Carjacking is their national sport. We played Biden talking about it in 92. We talked about the Oklahoma senator saying he doesn't wear his seatbelt so he can jump out of a car. The numbers, and I think they're cooking the numbers, they're at least 4 or 5 times higher than the national average. Why carjacking and Washington, D.C.? And to me, that's the most frightening crime of all, arguably, particularly with 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds with guns.
So Washington is a little bit of an anomaly, because while it is a city, it's federalized. And so consequently, the prosecutions all occur at the federal level in federal court. And the age of criminal responsibility is 18. Now, for a long time, that was not the case in most of our cities. That's been part of the criminal justice reforms, is that they've been seeking to raise that, and they did that here in New York. But because of that, the older perps twigged to the fact that they can use young kids to do carjackings, and they wouldn't take the big federal hit. Remember, carjacking is a federal crime. So they twigged to that, and they said, we'll use the young guys to do this. And that's why you have this narrative now of kids getting arrested 4, 5, 6 times for doing carjackings, and they're right out back on the street in Washington, D.C.
Hey, Paul Morrow with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Paul, I know that NYPD in your blood, you're an attorney. You're even doing the 5 now. Good for you. That was a nice couple of appearances, I think. Any thoughts today on Putin, Trump, looking at this, of the mindset of Trump and the big issue today? He's got the leverage over Putin. Will he use it, is how I see it. What does Paul Morrow say?
Yeah, interesting question. So, I having done so much intelligence work, it's undeniable. You bump into the way the Russians do things, and obviously we have the UN here, and there's all kinds of characters running around here in New York. There's a couple of things I would think we can expect. First of all, the KGB playbook is to be dilatory, to delay. He's going to try everything he can to wrap Trump around the axle, take it into the weeds, play for time. That is their playbook. Trump knows this. He's got people advising him, and that's why I think they've been coming out so strong and saying from our side, look, we're not going to play games here. We're going to need some answers, and we're going to need some movement. The other thing is that just for the fact that Putin is the person who initiated the meeting, and he is meeting on American soil, that betrays a little bit of weakness. He is feeling the sanctions. The reporting is from various sources that he's not well. He looks bloated. There are no shortage of people in Russia who would like to see him gone. And there is the oil issue. We are putting pressure on India, as is well known here, to not buy Russian oil. The Chinese so far have been getting a pass, but Europe has managed to, come under our way of thinking here regarding Russian oil and Russian energy. And he's feeling all of this. And there's another thing here that's very subtle. We have managed to broker and you don't hear about this much, we managed to broker a peace deal, that is President Trump did, between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And what Trump has put in place is a corridor for Azerbaijan to reach another part of its country. Azerbaijan has two pieces, essentially, and those two pieces are separated by Armenia. He put in place a corridor for Azerbaijan to go between the two. Now, why does this matter? Because this is very much considered part of the Russian sphere of influence.
Exactly.
And it's a national humiliation to Putin here. So there's some thinking that Trump may put on the table that the Russians can have a role in that, because apparently we got development rights, that is America, along this corridor. And it's going to be a commercial corridor. So maybe we throw something to the Russians here, and it's part of our leverage and it's part of the play.
Paul, I haven't heard that anywhere else. I'm at a noisy bar today, but I invite you back in the very near future. Thrilled that Fox uses you in every show that I can see. And thank you for joining us today, Paul. Continued success.
Thank you, buddy, and thank you for having me.
You are welcome. Paul Morrow here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, a guy who is a rising star at Fox. All right, we're with Matt Rooney, Paula Scanlon, Senator Mike Testa, and Mike of Wake Up NJ. What a crew put together here, Matt. Oh, they didn't give you a headset yet. I don't. I forgot.
Well, that's because I'm technically.
I see you have it right here.
I'm technically an employee like you,
Yeah,
Don. So you always put the guests ahead of the hired help, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, Paula Scanlon is here with us. Matt, you didn't get a beer keg blocking a parking space today.
No.
That is the highest honor here at Mulligan's. Dan was polishing that all last night. And, you'll be able to take that home. I have one at home. It's one of my dearest things. That's what talk radio is all about. Mike Testa with us, too. Mike, how do you read today Trump? We talked about Trump early on, and Putin. You couldn't hear Paul Morrow. I apologize for that. He said that with this deal, the most recent peace treaty that Trump settled, it's a national embarrassment for the Russians, and we may offer them some access that they don't have now to kind of move this logjam. And he talked about Putin looking pretty bad, looking bloated, etc. But we've heard that before.
Look, President Trump, there's always a method to the madness. And the fact of the matter is that he keeps on winning. And I think that the president always is coming from a position of strength, one that makes America look strong. We need to look strong internationally. And I think that the president is doing that. I mean, he's had to inherit a flaming pile of excrement in a bag from President Biden, and where President Biden made us look weak across the world. We looked weak. Our immigration policy was weak. Our foreign policy was weak. So President Trump is doing his hardest job of making America look strong again, and that's going to go a long way to make America great again.
Absolutely. Mike, so far today we've talked about Jersey. Putin and Trump today. Do you get into that at Wake Up New Jersey? Do you stick with Jersey?
I mostly just try to stick with Jersey politics. But, when I look at, the BLM riots, for example,
right.
I don't want to have to carry a weapon in my car when I have to go to work. You know what I mean? So I am just ecstatic just to try to get crime down and just fix things in general. So that's what I'm on board with.
And Paula, when you go across New Jersey, people talk about crime in the governor's race. You talked about the number one issue, affordability, I guess, sanctuary state, things like that. What else do they talk about?
Yeah, I mean, definitely people have concerns about crime. I feel like we hear about that less in New Jersey, but there is an overall concern, especially with a lot of the immigration issues, right? A lot of the people who are in this country undocumented, many of them are violent criminals. Many of them think that they can get away with anything, so they've already broken the law by being in this country. So that's something that comes up all the time, and I think there's a lot of excitement behind, again, yes, not having New Jersey be a sanctuary state and not having people who knows? And of course, there's concerns of safety. And I think the reason a lot of people live in New Jersey is because they want to be outside the cities like Philadelphia and New York. There's a lot of commuters into those cities, and they choose the New Jersey suburbs because of safety.
Matt Rooney, Jack Ciattarelli was talking to his guy, possibly was going to be here today. Sadly, he chose to go to Israel. Why would New Jersey politicians, and I think the sheriff is with him, and the people in New Jersey aware, Mikey Sherrill chooses a guy who is a DEI guy up and down the line and twice on Sundays. That's her lieutenant governor. Jack chooses a sheriff in Morris County, and you still have to go to Israel in a state like New Jersey.
Well, look, I mean, first of all, it tells you something, and it verifies what your parents tell you when you're young, Dom. The company you keep says a lot about your character. So Jack has chosen somebody that's made a career out of keeping New Jerseyans safe. I can't really tell you what Mr. Caldwell's track record is, other than preaching in an ivory tower, which ask Liz Warren all about it. Some of these socialist ideas sound great in ivory tower. They don't really work in reality. But I'll say something else about his trip to Israel. Remember, we have a binary choice in November between Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill. Mikey Sherrill's been endorsed by Zohran Mamdani, who is an unapologetic anti-Semite. Mikey Sherrill endorsed him and then kind of walked it back when I guess someone did a poll and told her it was a bad idea to endorse a socialist anti-Semite.
He endorsed his goals, which might even be worse than endorsing the guy. Yeah.
Well, right, because you and I can say, Dom, that we like someone, but think their ideas are cuckoo bananas.
Yeah.
So she endorsed it. So Jack is once again providing you with the ultimate contrast. New Jersey has one of the largest Jewish populations in the entire United States. We love our Jewish neighbors. Are you going to vote for someone whose priority is arresting Benjamin Netanyahu if he lands at Newark International Airport? Or are you going to vote for someone who is going to try to make our lives affordable again? I mean, the ads are going to write themselves.
Absolutely. All right, we'll have more coming from Mulligans, and you can still get a space here at the bar. We always accommodate that. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Come on out and meet Paula Scanlon, Matt Rooney, State Senator Testa, and also Mike, who you'll see, and might say his last name at some. No, we're not doing that. All right. And we'll have Dom's Money Melody in the 2 o'clock hour today. I ate some more. I ate a little bit more. This is the cooked version wasn't bad. That initial here, it's good. I don't think Mike's ever going to come on. He says, Matt, you vouched for me to Mike one time, and now this guy won't eat oysters. It's like the cardinal sin, I can tell you.
Another reason to never leave New Jersey, though. You can't get this in South Carolina.
No, okay.
Well, you can. You'll just get sick.
There you go.
I know from experience.
All right.
Dom says he ate this oyster Rockefeller. He had a taste of the sauce.
All right. There we go.
Yeah. Peer pressure. First was alcohol, now it's oysters.
He quite literally left the oyster in the shell there. Like he missed,
good, right?
he missed the
Look,
entire
he's
oyster.
more. Yeah, it's like a Florentine. It's like a chicken Florentine, but on top of an oyster there.
I'm on my third.
He's lost for words.
Oh my goodness.
You know, look at this, Matt Rooney's. Yeah,
oh man, yes.
This is why we need to save New Jersey.
All right.
Just the oysters.
Okay.
Dom's like, just give me the dang live read, please.
Hey, Dr. Bentz, do you think oysters are good for my oral health? Let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, if you're a general dentist, maybe you could use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. It's done great help with me and my oral health. You'll get that same road to great dental health and that smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment now, 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, Take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill is turning up the heat with super summer savings on a great selection. Looking for a great deal? Lease a new 2026 Chevy Equinox just $343 per month, or a new 2024 Chevy Silverado EV for $699 a month. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Hester Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet. Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 310 West Hildreth Avenue with Matt Rooney, Mike from Wake Up NJ, and Paula Scanlon. Paula, you're heading over to the big Zioli event. No radio station does anything like this. It's only 4 or 5 miles away. 2 remotes at the shore. It is, even for big-time talk radio, we're proud of it. I've never seen anything like it. Now you're going from Mulligans, shall we say, atmosphere, to the Grand Hotel. Have you been to the Grand Hotel?
I have not been yet, no.
Okay, this is more my atmosphere. I don't know about Zioli, Matt. He might be more the Grand Hotel. Remember, he's a sauce guy.
Already.
Yes.
And I got to say, we love our friends at the Grand. The only logistical problem here, it's now going to be about, mid-afternoon.
Right.
We are now going to have to go south on the Parkway to get to Rich, which is dangerous. I had to almost ford the bay just to get here to Wildwood, so I don't know if we're going to get there in time.
Yeah, it's been very, very crowded, too. So, Paula, up next from you, any big events, anything else coming up here in Jersey, or just the steady work of what we've been talking about?
Nothing immediate, but yeah, really we're just on the ground working. And I think a lot of people think we're not really posting things or maybe not having big events, but that's actually when we're doing the most work.
Right.
You're not really seeing it, but we have coordinators working every single day, knocking doors, being with people, trying to get voters flipped from Democrats to Republicans or registering new Republicans. And that is the work that needs to be done to win these races. And maybe it's not the work that's so glamorous and so fun and interesting, but again, I can't even say I'm doing much of it. I'm really just helping these people who are working so hard to get this done. And every single day, I'm just with hardworking people. I'm so appreciative.
Well, you're very self-effacing. You're one of our champions out there. And Mike, what good signs do you see, either on Twitter or otherwise, we haven't talked enough about guys on the job, union guys, etc. What is it? See, I am not completely hopeful going forward with the Republican Party. The ideas and policies are correct. They've always been there. Trump is the secret sauce, though. Mm-hmm. Recreating what Trump does is going to be hard.
No doubt about that. I see more people being vocal and being more outspoken. I think that's the power of information and using social media as well to get out that information. But also they're willing to talk to more people because they're empowered and everything. I see a shift with the electrical bills. I was talking to Matt about that. Like, they were giving people crumbs, and I think it's actually making Democrats upset that they're not getting more, and it's actually backfiring catastrophically. So I see a shift where even Democrats are questioning their own party and what's going on. And New Jersey has a humongous independent population. You activate them, holy crap, man, we flip everything.
That's right.
Absolutely. All right, we'll have a big 2 o'clock hour coming up with some of the guests here at Mulligan, 310, West Hildreth. Dom's Money Melody, you can win a great prize, the winner of the week. Paula, thank you. We're going to oversee Rich Zioli today. People going to the Grand, we'll see you there. All right, more from Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth. Come on in, have a drink, say hello. Talk Radio 1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Celebrate the art of relaxation during the Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale, August 8th through Labor Day. Save up to $5,000 on in-stock luxury hot tubs from Hot Spring and Caldera, with additional savings for immediate delivery. Experience endless pool swim spas and swim all year round, starting at just $170 a month. Enjoy 50% off all endless pool accessories and save up to $2,000 on the only automated cover by Covana, the ultimate in spa elegance. Visit SpringDanceHotTubs.com for details. Financing available with approved credit. See stores for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Harrisburg has failed to deliver SEPTA funding in time. That means deep service cuts will happen on the 24th. Montgomery County triples the fines for e-bike violations on popular routes, including the Schuylkill River Trail. The Birds gearing up for preseason Game 2 tomorrow against the Browns at the Link.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
All right, it is Dom time here. I just heard from Vince Fennerty might be stopping by here. All right, so it's all hands on deck. It's one of those talk radio feuds over the years. He's the head of the Republican Party in Philadelphia, and yet we're all joined together to stop Larry Krasner. So many times people, and Joe of Columbus with it here, the Earl of Tacony. You two guys know this, and you know it, Joe. You just mentioned the word community the other day. Pat from Willow Grove just came up to me. Couldn't make it the last time. Brought out here Dom's Gravy, front and center.
You got your own gravy now?
Dom's Gravy.
Dom's sauce?
All right, it'll be available in the back of Mulligans today. Dom's Gravy. Line up back there. I don't know how much we're going to charge a jar of Dom's Gravy. It's worthwhile, though. It goes with the shirts.
I don't know if I want to eat your gravy, though.
Does that constitute a revote?
Yes, it does. This counts for 1,000 votes. We win. Thank you, Pat. But the point is, though, guys like Pat, listeners that are here with us, Earl and Joe now, it's part of a club. It's part of a community. It's not just about politics, although that's the type of stuff that we do talk about that gets things going. It could be just about anything in the world could suddenly, and the gravy sauce is an example. All right, so
True.
Joe Conklin with us too.
It's about the neighborhoods, right?
Yeah, it is about that.
I love you got Joe from Columbus. Is that Columbus, New Jersey?
Yeah.
And he's screaming about Larry Krasner.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't matter.
You know how far that is?
Yeah, I know it doesn't matter though. It's universal.
It proliferates.
It's the big picture, guys.
So there.
206, right? You're all the way up 206, and the flea market up there,
right across the street.
I mean, Joe's a guy that is in an industry where he needs to sell some things. Can I tell what you do?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's a real estate guy, so he sees the prices affected by crime in the area, and so I think that all stems from Larry Krasner, right?
No, you can't explain talk radio, Joe, or sports talk radio, the same thing. With Angelo Cataldi, sports talk radio, the Eagles could be going great, and they have some guy calls in and wants to know about when they used to do this 22nd draft pick of 10 years ago. What happened to that guy?
What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's we haven't heard today, though, with Joe Conklin with us here at Mulligans. We haven't heard from Mr. Joel Embiid, and you and I were talking about him because he actually, Joel Embiid, made the credits of a recent film, a big film too, Naked Gun.
Set that up because was it Dan talking about it yesterday or
I was.
Henry?
Yeah, no, I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, the credits rolled, and evidently one of the producers or writers of the new movie out he's Philadelphia-based. He's a longtime Sixers guy. He threw in if I read about it, several shots about Embiid and the Sixers, and one of them got in. He said, "I don't know if any of them got in." He said, "Well, evidently one of them, Embiid's knees
in the credits,
go Sixers or something like that." In the credits.
Missing.
Missing
Embiid's knees. Now that is a Philadelphia fan in the credits.
Absolutely.
That's
but
exactly.
I mean, it's also some of Joe Conklin's material.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Joel, come in now. Come on over. Wow, look at how big this guy. Look, he's got a dunk to get in here.
You want me to sit over here? You talk about the movie with. I tried to watch it, but I jammed my finger on the remote control and I needed to rest about 6 weeks. So I just saw it this morning, and I did forget my Netflix password, so I'm trying to decide if I should blame Ben Simmons, James Harden, or Doc Rivers. But I did get to see it, and I will say that Liam Neeson, he's no Leslie Nielsen. I'll tell you that. I didn't realize how much his name is exactly like the other guy's name. That's funny in itself, but that Brit, he's just not funny. I wish he were taken. I'd rather be taken out of the theater and tortured than to watch him try to be funny. It was horrible. But I got that joke is an old joke anyway. It's not even new. They had that before with the password, Embiid's knees. They did it 3 years ago. They had Embiid's foot, Embiid's elbow, Embiid's face, Embiid's Bell's palsy, Embiid's halitosis, and a little bit of Embiid's leprosy. I have everything. But I'll just try to use this to motivate me. You know, I'm working out with the Phillies now.
This guy was just sitting there when I saw him at the game.
Yeah.
Well, I did get tired watching, so I just sat down. So.
But we heard that Joel Embiid has since you're in Wildwood and you're almost at Cape May, you're all the way at the crest here. So he's got a little song he wants to sing.
All right,
Joel.
I'll do this a cappella.
All right, let's alert everybody at the bar.
On the way to Cape.
Join in, please.
I fell in love with you. No, I do my own lyrics. Please shut up. Tell these people to shut the hell up.
Okay.
I fell and hurt myself on the way to Cape May. Another season on the shelf as I drifted by sea. I really took a long while. My knees were gone when we reached Avalon. My heart was gone too, but I didn't have the heart to say that. On the way to Cape May, I stopped here. You know what? I'm getting a little tired. I don't think I can make it all the way to
Cape May.
I'm going to sit.
Stop in the crest. Stop in the crest. All right, Joe Conklin stopping in the crest. Grassy Knolls, or whatever the grassy is. Yes.
You love that. It's grassy sounds.
All right, the Earl of Tacony and Joe of Columbus with us. So, Earl, you brought your catnip with you. I don't know if that's catnip or what. Why do you have such a thing with catnip?
It just grows wild in my backyard.
Tacony, of course, catnip growers.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd bring you some of this
free-range, organic, naturally caught catnip. This is Meowie Wowie.
Oh, it smells like weed.
Yeah,
It looks like
yeah.
weed.
And the Acapulco Gold doesn't come out until later in the season. So.
Okay. You have to be a fan of Joe Conklin, though, because of the songs you do, the parodies, the Larry Krasner stuff and all. This is the guy that made this for, 30 years, 40 years here in Philadelphia.
Oh, yes. I've been writing parody songs since 1981. It started out as a grade school project, and I've just been sticking with it ever since. We're currently in negotiations with Joe to go and work on the Christmas album, which you just found out right now. He didn't even know it.
What do you say, Leo's down there, or you a publican?
No. I've been around.
You're a transplant.
I spent I've lived my entire life in Philadelphia, but I've been in different neighborhoods. I've gone to different religious schools. That's why I'm so messed up in the head.
Nice. I want to get your resume.
There we go. All right, so Joe of Columbus with us, too. Joe, stunning photo you took with Paula Scanlon there.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah, exactly.
and a warrior.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So, Joe, we had on Paul Morrow, a couple other people. Putin, Trump today. Nothing like it. I don't remember. We used to have Glassboro had a summit. It was LBJ and Kosygin. No buzz, nothing like that. This is the biggest we've seen. Reagan, Gorbachev, about the only thing comparable. What are you looking for today?
Number one, I like the fact that they went to Alaska.
Okay.
Which used to be Russia.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
You're coming to our turf, but you had it once, we got it now. And the guy doesn't like to lose. He doesn't like to lose. And like I said earlier, last time we were here, his ego will not allow him to leave a bad legacy. Mm-hmm. I think that is so important. It really is. So he's going to either have the upper hand today or he's going to tell Putin you blew it.
All right. We'll get more from Earl and Joe here, and Joe Conklin.
Isn't it like dark during the day up there, Alaska?
No,
I think it's light all the time.
This time
it's like
of year.
6 months is their daylight savings.
Yeah, but you can be like 4 a.m. Like after one of your comedy shows, it'll still be bright outside.
That's not good.
I went there when we took listeners. It was 70 degrees, so it was okay. Yeah, occasionally. And then after that, it rains
They
a
got
lot.
like one good month?
One, maybe. Yeah.
I wonder if this is it.
Yeah, Northern Hemisphere, summer light, winter dark.
Right.
Okay.
But like you said, there's only one good month a year that they have because everything it's either dark or mosquitoes. So that's all Alaska has.
All right, Joe Conklin with us. Joe will be at Archbishop Wood High School, York Road, Warminster, PA, Friday, October 10th. The Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, PA, Saturday, November 8th. Get tickets for both events at joeconklin.com. All right, it is time, though, Henry, for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
All right, for the folks playing along at home, it is Dom's Money Melody. Henry, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom. So today, in honor of you trying your first oyster ever, I decided I'm going to play some Blue Oyster Cult, but you just know I'm not playing them singing it. No, I am playing a cover version of their hit song, Burnin' For You. Something about this cover artist, it is the daughter of someone often mentioned on the show. So much so on Wednesday. A lot of talk about this person. So we want that person we were talking about on Wednesday, we want their daughter covering Blue Oyster Cult's Burnin' For You. Let's take a listen.
All right, not a bad cover, Henry. You win a pair of tickets to see the Reading Phillies 4-pack versus the Akron Rubber Ducks at First Energy Stadium, Reading, Pennsylvania, this Sunday, August 17th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210.
Is that Mike LeCompte?
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is Ziprecruiter. And right now, you can try Ziprecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Ziprecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on Ziprecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using Ziprecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try Ziprecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tomorrow's 4:05 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Show me. All right, let's hear the clue. We're playing for 4-pack of tickets and the belt today. Pretty good cover, Henry. Let's hear the clue.
Yeah, Dom, this Tennessee resident, daughter of someone very famous, often talked about on this show.
Do we talk well or badly about the person
I guess
talked about?
I guess it depends on who you are. I know a certain guest.
Me.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
You might you like this person, but you don't love him.
That's mysterious.
I'm trying to keep it vague.
All right, let's go, Henry. Who do we have first?
So we only have one caller today, and that would be Andy in New Jersey.
All right, Andy. Who's covering the song?
I think I'm totally wrong because I didn't hear the whole clue, but it sounds like Lisa Marie Presley.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Beautifully played. Yes, you are the
Oh
winner.
my
Nicely
God!
played. You
I
get
didn't
the-
hear the whole clue, and then when I just heard it again, I'm like, nah, that's
She's not
her.
bad. No, that's not bad at all. Nicely
Wow.
played. We'll put you on hold. Enjoy the Reading Phillies. So, Henry, any more backstory on that?
No, I was looking up some Blue Oyster Cult covers, and once I saw this one, tying it in with, Linda Kearns down at Graceland this week, I thought, it might as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Dom, will you be having another oyster anytime soon?
Yes.
No, I am oystered out. Several people have come up and said, you took one for the team here today. That's it with the oysters.
Ray's wife, Rita, over here said it tastes like slime. She's with
Yes,
you.
she's in my camp. Okay. Henry, we're kind of in the gaze here. It's just been an enormous day here at Mulligans at 310 West Hildreth. What do you see? Any breaking news? Anything that's going on there that we should know about? We know that Trump and Putin, it's a 3:30, I believe, Eastern time. So in the Rich Cioli time, we're meeting. Then they're having a lunch because Alaska's 5 hours behind, something like that.
Yeah.
And then maybe the tell will be, do they do one-on-one news conferences, or do the two of them do it as they did in Helsinki again? Anything else that you've seen that's made its way up?
No, you know what? Just a lot of visuals of what the airport is, what the base looks like. That's all they're giving us right now, at least on the news.
Okay. All right. And locally, nothing?
No, not at the moment.
All right.
Nothing that exciting.
Okay. All right. The Earl of Tacony is with us. Chef Dave.
Earl brought you weed.
Yes, well, no, that's for Freddie, and we're not sure about catnip and the cat. Chef Dave here, we'll get him on oysters, and a new guy, Prof.
Okay.
I don't, for some reason, we don't want to say his first name.
No.
All right, Prof. Ray, from Father Judge, the Crusaders.
Ray in the Northeast.
Ray in the Northeast.
Woo!
There you go, Ray. Thank you for coming out today. So, Chef Dave, have you seen all this oyster stuff? You are a connoisseur of food, so you would be an oyster guy, right?
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
Any chef, anyone that knows food is going to love oysters.
It wasn't horrible, but it's not something I'll ever have to do again.
Well, the thing is, you got to suck them down. You know what I mean? You
Okay.
chew them like twice and right down.
All right.
He's got his way.
All right, so, Prof, you've been observing here the crowd at Mulligan's today. You got a couple of things. First of all, they still keep the Crusaders, which I'm glad about that nickname. You would think the Crusades are on the wrong side of history now, given how politically correct we are.
Now, historically, the Crusaders, the Father Judge Crusaders, have been spectacular in any number of sports.
Right.
And their curriculum has expanded because they've gone into welding, carpentry, and now they just tied in with Faulkner for automotive.
Okay.
And coincidentally, I just bought a new car from Faulkner.
All right, I love how this guy's segueing Faulkner into this from Father Judge. Nicely played. So you had a couple things here on the food here at Mulligan's.
As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the specials. And the sandwich of the day is the oyster po' boy, which is guaranteed to be a 3-napkin sandwich. It was delicious. And the oysters, from what I understand, came right from the Bay of New Jersey. Okay.
Oh, not the Bay of Delaware Bay. That's right, the Bay of New Jersey. We got that from Mike Teston today. Yes.
I also wanted to point, if I may.
Sure.
I wanted to give a shout out to one of my former students, a guy named Jim Harvey, which we know only too well from Harm's Burger Bar and Gallows.
Lead with Gallows, Prof. Lead with Gallows, but the Burger Bar is great too. And he'll provide the winner again today, $50 gift card to Gallows.
Yep.
For us, the greatest seafood, the greatest spot, just it's home right there on Rawn and the Boulevard.
We're going to have to add more oysters to his menu.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a bad mistake, Jim. Don't do that. I can't endorse it if you put more oysters in there.
And I want to give one more shout out, if I may.
Sure.
There's a guy named Dan Borowski. I'm totally exhausted with how much he does behind the scenes.
Oh, that's outrageous. Get this man out of here. Get the hook for Dan Borowski. Well, we dedicated the show to him today.
Perpetual motion, this gentleman is. Yes, he is.
Ask him to run a 100-yard dash. See what you get.
Hey, if it's a 2-yard dash, I might have a fighting chance.
All right, well, duly noted. That's exactly right. I've had 42 producers. He's among the top 50. No, it's noticeable. Even people here notice it all the time what he does. So thank you, Prof.
Oh, yeah, he's non-prof and non-stop.
Exactly. All right, so we'll have a lot more here from Mulligans, and we'll have the winner of the week. We'll announce that a little bit later. As far as we can tell, the preliminaries are underway. Trump, Putin, and what you'll know pretty early on after this is over, Trump is going in that this is the first salvo, and if Putin is not ready to go with a ceasefire, not too much more is going to happen. If he is, then we can see things happen. Hillary Clinton has said today she will nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize if Putin doesn't get significant territory. So we'll see. Can you imagine Hillary being there in Stockholm with Trump accepting the Nobel Peace Prize? Good stuff. All right. Trump told Brett Baer, "I'll walk if the Putin meeting doesn't work out." In the first couple of minutes, he'll walk out. Would that be a possibility? Anything's a possibility with Trump. He is a wild card. Now, we'll have full coverage on Monday. I don't know why they had to do it on a Friday. But we'll have all that for you on Monday. And here in Mulligan, still time to come out and meet you. I mean that, Pat of Willow Grove bringing the Dom's Gravy today. Just an example of the camaraderie, the community that's here. Paula Scanlon is with Rich today over at the Grand Hotel. No radio station can put on 2 events at the shore 100 miles away without great help from Greg Stocker, Dan Borowski, Henry Machette, people like that, and the promotions department. So come on over to Mulligan, support Johnny Z. This is exactly what talk radio is supposed to be. You know, if you're constantly searching for an extra energy boost, as we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue, discover Rescue Oracene. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Oracene helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive offer for radio listeners, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Oracene, get another completely free. All you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com, call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483, and speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use the code FUEL at checkout. Again, just mention the code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when you call or use it at res-q.com. You'll get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Oracene totally free. res-q.com.
Okay, suitcases?
Check.
Snacks?
Double check.
Giant stuffed giraffe?
Buckled in.
Tire check?
Already handled it. United Tire took care of everything. Brand new tires, and they even handled the rebates to save us a bunch of money. We are road trip ready.
Okay, hop in, kids.
From road trips to grocery runs, start your journey with safe tires. Don't drive alone, drive united. Visit UnitedTire.com for a location near you.
The legendary Stylistics. Coming live for one night only. Friday, September 5th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. An unforgettable night of unforgettable hits. Starring the unforgettable Stylistics. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss the Stylistics.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. All right, Dom Giordano show. And boy, this is the best of talk radio here today. Dan has two of our listeners here, Frank and Betty, who are going with us to Sicily. And we'll talk with them about that. That's another avenue here. But seated next to me at the bar is the head of the Republican Party, longstanding in Philadelphia, Vince Finnerty. Now, as you know, over the years, I've taken a lot of shots at Vince, so to speak.
You have.
And yet, through a mutual friend, he has come over here today. We bury the hatchet, and I'm happy to do it, Vince.
Thank you.
And one of the reasons is this was one of the most brilliant strategies imaginable that you got Judge Dugan. Thank God for this, and you probably have heard me talk about it. We had him on the other day to run as, I don't even know what to say that he is. He's still moderate Democrat, I guess, but none of that matters. He's a guy that would do great things for Philadelphia. And you're the guy, how did it come about that said, let's do a write-in campaign and that may get Dugan to see. You needed a certain number. Was it 1,000 or something?
1,000.
And you got 6,000.
6,400.
6,400 to do that. Talk about what you were thinking.
Between Christmas and New Year's of last year, one of my ward leaders came to me and called the Steve Zappala race in Western Pennsylvania to my attention. How Steve was opposed by one of the Soros-backed liberal progressives in a primary. And a gentleman named Sam DeMarco from Allegheny County came up with the idea to write in Steve Zappala as a Republican.
Right.
Steve lost in the primary. He came back as the independent Republican candidate and defeated the Soros person who had defeated him. I was encouraged to look at it. I had never heard that had happened before. I looked at it, I looked at it, I looked at it. I thought about it, and I started selling the idea just in case Judge Dugan fell short, he could get another shot. Because Larry Krasner has been impersonating a district attorney for 7 years, and it's time to fire him. And my ward leaders bought into it. We organized an independent expenditure campaign to do it. I always said I could get 1,000 votes if we did it right. We worked it, and lo and behold, we got over 6,400 votes for Judge Dugan. And it was his decision if he was going to run as an independent Republican, an independent Democrat, as a Republican. And a few weeks ago, he made that decision after talking it over with his family and his friends. And our ultimate goal here is to get every vote we can to fire Larry Krasner. Judge Dugan will remain a Democrat, an independent Democrat. He is running against Larry Krasner. Larry Krasner has not realized yet that he is running against Pat Dugan.
Yeah, he's not running against Trump.
That's right.
And sometimes he says Doug Mastriano, and he says crazy. Yeah.
He needs to run against Pat Dugan.
Right.
Okay, that's his opponent. Okay, and every time he brings up Donald Trump, Doug Mastriano, we are going to remind him that he needs to run on his record. His deplorable record as district attorney. The crime spree in Philadelphia is his fault. He's now touting that the crime is going down. It may be, but it went up on his watch.
Exactly.
And he needs to be fired.
Well, Vince, rare in talk radio, I got to apologize based upon our mutual friend, and I'm so glad you came over here remote, not just over the phone, that I got to meet you and be on the phone. Why does the Republican Party, though, this was the criticism at times, why is it so hard in Philadelphia? In other words, this was a master stroke. What are you doing on a daily basis? If you can concoct something like this, it seems like we should be doing better because you really have hit something here that has given us hope. And mathematically, Vince, I'm swatting off these losers who go, well, you can't beat Larry Krasner. If the Democrats have voted for him in the primary, lion's share of them go with us. Republicans, particularly Northeast Philadelphia, South Philly, and independents, Northeast Philadelphia, this is an existential moment, an inflection moment. If you are sad that Northeast Philadelphia is cratering, this is your moment to strike. If you don't, it's possibly over for you.
This is our moment to strike. I can just compare the Democrat primary results for Pat Dugan to the Republican primary write-ins for Pat. The Republicans did a better job than I could ever have thought they could do. Our people were motivated. Our people were motivated to get people out, to get him right in, Judge Dugan, and that's no easy feat. You have to educate people how to do that on the machines and in mail-in ballots. We did videos. We knocked on doors. We encouraged our voters.
Are you encouraged by this? I just want the Republican Party to succeed in Philadelphia.
I would like the Republican Party very much to succeed in Philadelphia.
I would double that, sir.
But I've stood in a Home Depot where they've just let people walk out, and the police apologize to the Home Depot security officers. We can't take the job in. It doesn't reach Larry's threshold for prosecution.
Right.
This is wrong. Okay, you watch the old time Blue Bloods movies and things like that. Okay, or the TV shows. Okay, it starts with the broken window. You prosecute the broken
but Vince,
window.
I wanted to ask you, and we'll get in more detail on that another time, but I wanted to ask you this. What is it, these people that are moderate Democrats, let's take it, that they just grew up with it? Is it a union thing? They just can't cross over to the Republican Party. You have to persuade and do that. I had a guy here today that's a construction worker and has a big Twitter account now, tens of thousands of people, and he says a lot of these guys by Trump have come on board. What's the thing that's missing to break through? Because they are with us on most of these politics. They're certainly not with the Center City Progressives and Krasner. What is it that I don't understand that you deal with every day?
We deal with people who are just as ingrained Democrats that have to have a reason to come over to our side and give us a vote. I truly believe crime is that is what is wrong.
So what can I do? Have you thought about that now that we've patched things up and you're very big to come over here after some of these things I've said over the years? I appreciate it. What can I do?
Dom, if you could promote Judge Dugan for district attorney every day.
Right.
Help him get some votes, okay? Any way you can. He's a great man. He's a family man. He has 6 children and 13 grandchildren. He gave a judgeship up because he's a believer in making the judicial system and the district attorney's office great again. He's just a
I like how you threw that great again, a little Trumpian line.
That wasn't, after I said it, I realized it.
Wait a minute, what's the matter with that? That's the thing.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
But tell me, what is the problem you have as a leader of the Republican Party with Trump in Philadelphia? He doesn't sell what you think?
The Republican Party in Philadelphia, all of us are we're with Donald Trump. Okay. But he doesn't sell among the progressives and the liberals.
Right.
And we know that. Okay. We have to get the people out to vote who don't come out to vote. Exactly. Those people who don't come out, if we get those Republicans out, the moderate Democrats and the independents, I think it's a tall hill to climb, but I think we can have Judge Dugan as our district attorney on November 5th.
All right, to be continued. What kind of sandwich am I buying for you here at Mulligan's? You got to put that on here so we can hear you, Vince. He's already ordering the sandwich here. What kind of sandwich will get that going?
What I'd just like to have is some shrimp, some hot shrimp.
All right, some hot shrimp, Dan. Tell one of our guys here. Thank you, Vince. Stay right there. We'll get the shrimp at the end of the show, and we'll talk a little bit.
Thank you.
Vince Fenderty with us. All right, Frank and Betty are with us here, too. You guys are listeners. Gluttons for punishment. You're going with Roe and me. Particularly Roe, I emphasize the good side here. We're going to Sicily. We're going to Calabria. Frank, why are you going with us on this trip?
Well, because we've been following you for years, and we really like you, so we want to be with you.
Well, thank you. Betty, you can't top that answer. Go ahead.
That and that we're going to Sicily.
Okay.
It's his.
Hang out there, Vince. We'll talk here. All right.
His ancestors' homeland.
Homeland, Sicily?
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have a lot to talk about. Thanks for the support. We're going to make it a great trip. We always do, and we're going to make a lot of memories together. And guys, and thank you for listening, coming to Mulligans today.
Sure, and go Judge Dugan.
Yeah, we're on it. Vince Fennery and I smoking the peace pipe here at Mulligans. All right, coming up, our hosts, Johnny Z and Pam, and Mike of Wake Up, New Jersey will check back in. I got to put that on Joe, Columbus, buy that man shrimp and put it on the expense account. I don't care what expense account it is. There's some expense account you can put it on. Bother the guy filming. He'll pay for it. And I promised. All right, thank you, guys. Coming up, we wrap up from Mulligan's today. Don't forget, great food, drink every night right here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. And we'll pull the winner of the week. That's coming up here, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time here. We got so much stuff to wrap up here from Mulligans, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Johnny Z with his wife. Pam is with us here. Mike of Wake Up, New Jersey. And Joe of Columbus is still in the house here with us. Great stuff. That's Vince Fennerty over there. He's ordering fried shrimp that I have to pay for. But it's worth it to defeat Larry Krasner. One shrimp at a time. The Mulligans here. And by the way, Mulligans, I hear, is a hit on Instagram or wherever Paula Scanlon put this. The genius, the marketing genius of Johnny, I think Pam denies it.
Who would have ever thought it would be shrimp that takes down Larry Krasner?
There you go. Putting the beer keg in her spot was just genius. I love stuff like that. So, Pam, the shirts are still available, the Summer White House shirt. I have not seen this line. This is the button-down Mulligan shirts. How many have you come up with your designer down here, Pam?
Yeah, we come up with a lot of different shirts. A lot of them are one of a kind, too. So, you know,
exactly.
as we try to get different ideas, we'll have some printed, and then some make the cut and some don't.
Wow, it's a real operation in the back. So what do people do if they're coming down? They can come over to Mulligan's 310 West Hildreth Avenue. But do they call you? Do you mail them out? John, is there something else you can do?
As far as the shirts?
Yeah, the shirts.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call up and give us your address. And
okay.
Yeah, we can get one to you.
Yeah, okay, because I want one time every listener to show up with the shirts. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Summer White House part of this, et cetera, is a big deal. And John, I Friday night, what's the special tonight? Listeners should know, somebody was asking me about Mulligans. They were one of the guests coming here. And I said, sure, it's a bar, but it's also a restaurant. And each night, these are big deals of the stuff that you put on.
Right.
And that's got to take a lot of work here. So what's the special tonight?
Tonight, we'll be running the oyster po' boy sandwich for the rest of
the oysters.
In your honor,
escape.
That was
I was
lovely.
pathetic on the oysters tonight. It was all an act.
You could have done better. Could have done better. But tonight for dinner, we have snow crab clusters.
Okay.
And we're running half racks of ribs with all the sides.
Okay. All right. The oysters, Joe of Columbus. Are you a fan?
I love oysters.
Okay. All right. And we know that Mike is. And
not at all.
Mike, that's right. You're not. Mike, your first appearance here, and what do you think behind the scenes talk radio? You were called out on YouTube favorably. Where do we find you each day? And you are really a force in all things Jersey. Off air, you told me you're actually getting into the minutia of all these policies and plans. And as a union construction guy, the big thrill, though, is to see exactly the skullduggery of what they're doing and then put it up on Twitter.
Well, you can find my handle on all social media platforms from X, Instagram, Facebook. I'm on YouTube, not that much, though.
Right.
And that's pretty much the extent. Everything else is just a hellhole at this point.
Right.
But for me, I wouldn't be here without my followers. Wouldn't be here without people supporting me. You know, like the speech led to this, which is amazing, and thank you for having me and everything, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Well, it has been a tremendous day here. So, Pam, this is Super Bowl X. The only regret I have, Johnny puts those nice signs up. There is no X.
I forgot.
Now, I know you're the person behind the scenes with the shirts and everything else. So there's got to be an X. Hopefully I think we're coming back before Labor Day, something like that. I don't know if I can come back without an X. It's so disappointing. I promise I'll eat 24 oysters if you're out there.
I'll put her in charge of the X.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What about an 11? Since it's going to be 11.
Okay, 11. Okay, that'd be 11.
We could do this.
Okay, XI, exactly.
Right, XI,
Are you
exactly.
kids skillful, and how are the kids doing? How old are the kids now?
Oh my goodness, 15, 14, and 12.
Exactly, pleasant ages
Yes.
to be, right? I just remember one of the scenes, I put my top 10 down here today. Your vodka drink was one of them, Pam shirts, but was Kelsey Grammer in the back, sitting out there with the kids, talking with them. What a day, what a guy.
That was really special. I mean, I grew up a huge Cheers fan, being in the bar business and everything else. And then that migrated over to Frazier, just a big Kelsey Grammer fan.
Right.
And when he was sitting back in that garage, it was just us, the kids, and him. And he's just sitting there, and he's talking to them. And he's talking about history, and he's asking them questions, and it was surreal. It was really surreal.
Yeah, absolutely. And schools down here, they go back before Labor Day?
No, they go back
The day after Labor Day.
Oh, thank God. There's some place where that still happens.
Yes.
Yeah, in Philly, aren't they? They're back next week or something like that.
Oh, yeah, and then they'll be off for a week. Then if it's too hot, they do that whole thing. So will there be special coverage here and special stuff at the bar with Trump and Putin? Do you have anything in mind that's going to match into that?
We're serving White Russians.
The knockout drag-out.
All right. Henry Dan says if we can, let's have the winner of the week. Henry, you want to give us the 4 side question winners, and we'll declare a winner here and a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood.
Do it. All right. So Mondays. Monday's winner. We have let's see here. We asked for that all-time something you think is a perfect 10. Bill and Bucks County won with Fleetwood Mac's Rumors album. Tuesday, we asked for that all-time kids media. All-time kids media. Dave and Lexington won with Looney Tunes. Wednesday, we asked for something you'd like to see rebooted. Chuck in Newtown won with his very popular answer of Old Yeller. And then yesterday...
Wait a minute. The Old Yeller call there. How many people here at the table think Old Yeller is pretty messed up, killing the dog at the end? Anybody? Pam's on my side. Mike is. Johnny even. Joe of Columbus loves Old Yeller. Think about this guy. And he doesn't project as a miserable, but he's an Old Yeller guy.
Yeah, it was dark
Poor
that
Old
day.
Yeller. Okay. All right, Henry, what's the last one?
Yeah, and then yesterday's winner, we asked for someone who put on a big show live in person. Wild Bill in Westgrove had the answer of seeing Jimi Hendrix live at the Spectrum and then bumping into him after. Fantastic.
That was a heck of a call. All right, roll the dice here, whatever you're doing, and give us a winner.
Give a little drum roll here. Going, please. Boom. That is a number 2. David in Lexington, you are this week's winner.
All right, Dave, you get it in South Carolina. You beat out Old Yeller. Thank God Old Yeller didn't win here. This man here, Old Yeller, favorite film.
Joe's saying it's the second win. He's got to come up, buy him dinner now.
Give me a call, David.
All right. So that's a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood. It's going to South Carolina. Might be a problem. I hear there's a Subway they're digging for that to Northeast Philadelphia. And Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Again, thanks to everybody that came out here today. It was there's nothing like it here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. And John, just to tell you, if we do this one, I think we are before Labor Day, that we are even working on bringing, and Henry didn't know who these people were, Tony Orlando and Dawn. I said, Tony Orlando, you don't know. How about Tony Orlando and Dawn? Still no knowledge. He's Mr. Wildwood on the 30th.
I know Dawn.
Yeah, there you go. Dawn Stensler. She could tag in. But where I'm working, even though his plane lands at 1:30, we're going to get him here to Mulligans if possible.
Okay, great.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So, and anybody under what, 40? I don't understand. How do you not know Tony Orlando?
Oh, I know I tie a yellow ribbon around the old Oak.
There you go.
Come on.
All right, Henry, why don't you know Tony Orlando?
I don't know
What
why I'm
happened
supposed
to
to
you?
know him. I don't know.
Henry.
All right,
I know what I
Henry.
know.
All right, we'll see what happens. Trump and Putin meeting at about 3:30. Rich Zioli, of course, is over at the Grand Hotel. Again, it's 4 or 5 miles away. Paula Scanlon, I don't know if the Grand Hotel will put a beer keg outside for her parking spot. That is a one of a kind, and Dan polishing that up made all the difference today. Follow me on Twitter until Monday.
I'm going to go engorge myself in Mulligan's food right now because there's nothing better, I swear.
Yeah, I got to go take the tab over there. It looks like Vince Fennerty.
Oh, you got a tab?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to put mine on your tab.
Vince
Okay.
Fennerty's ordering a big thing of shrimp over there. Oh, my God.
Wow, there's 70.
Oh, look at this coming in. How many shrimp is that? I'm not paying for all that. All right, so Vince and I are going to defeat Larry Krasner. I wouldn't say it's like the Soviets and the Americans together in World War II to defeat Hitler, but it's somewhere along those lines. And Vince, thank you for coming over here. He comes to the bar twice a week. I don't know if you knew that, John.
Excellent.
Yeah, there you go. Head of the Republican Party in Philadelphia. We're reviving that too, and we met on Common Ground on Trump. Hey, thanks to Dan for producing, Henry back at home base, Kirk on the YouTube and everything else here. It was another fabulous day. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. That's where you got to go anytime you're near Wildwood. It's Facebook, right? They go to check out the dinner specials for Mulligan Shore Bar. And I've been promised by Pam, nonetheless, there will be an XI, Roman numeral 11 of some sort.
I like it.
The cheerleaders can spell it out, too, that you're promised for that. We'll have that. Mike, if you had enough of this, you can come back again the next time, too. We'll get you here at the round table. Have a great weekend, everyone. Go see Rich here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.